Hi everyone, how are we all doing today? I'm joined today with the lovely Mimi.
Howdy, everybody.
And today, for Saturday Sunday, we're playing Olga Doesn't Die, which is a game made by Shinoki a good bit ago. I forgot how long ago it actually was. I'm gonna quick check if it's gonna tell me. It's probably no, it's not gonna tell me at all. It doesn't tell me at all. I think it's sometime last, so it was early this year, I believe. According to the developer, yeah, I think sometime like really early this year, the very start of this year, it was released on their itch page, which you can check the game out yourself on the itch page, which is in the pinned message in chat. and is also in the YouTube VOD description. There's just a few content warnings for this game, which is there is violence, blood, gore, death, age gap, revolution, cannibalism, and imprisonment, which are all things we are
Oh boy.
are fine with, apparently, in fiction. Because she agreed to read this game with me.
I mean,
Yep.
hey, it it makes it more interesting.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, yes. Hope everyone's having a lovely Sapphic Sunday. I have been, as usual, vibing, having a lovely day. Had some lunch earlier. Working on cosplay, almost done. I think need could definitely finish it by end of today. There's just a few little tweaks here and there, and
Oh,
so that's
okay.
the accessories. Maybe get gloves. I need to get the shoes still. I need to find the shoes still, but that
Yeah.
shouldn't be too hard. I can do that easily. I got time. But yeah, I'm excited.
So far, it's been looking good.
I'm sending little sneak pics to Mimi. But yeah, I'm excited to try it out and see what this game's about besides the obvious content warnings. The synopsis on each page is that the Imperial family's advisor is a witch, a hag, the devil in disguise. At the turn of the 20th century, unrest stirs in the far north empire of Muscovy?
Oh god.
Over bread and war, taxation and tyranny. The shadows whisper about the imperial family and about an immortal witch. They whisper, the imperial family's advisor is a witch, an old hag with a head full of white hairs. She knows magic like demons, the devils in disguise, tricking the emperor with her dark arts. As the witch is violently exiled from the capital, the gears of revolution continue to turn towards blood. It's the historical drama Yuri visual novel, which has 32,000 words, about 2-3 hours if you're not reading out loud. Sweating, because Lord knows it's gonna take us ages to finish. Because Lord knows reading out loud is a lot longer than reading in heads.
Is this just Rasputin as like Yuri?
I don't know. Maybe. This does take place in Russia.
And it's got an advisor that's considered a magic user or like suggested to be a magic user and tries to swoon the one in charge. I don't know if you know the story of Rasputin, but that's pretty much it.
All I know is
gender
a
bent
song,
around.
and that's it.
Okay. This sounds like just the story of Rasputin, but told as a Yuri.
I don't know. It might be. It'd be very funny if it is. It turns out to be at that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
There are 4 major endings with 2 love interests, 6 CGs,
Okay.
9 original tracks, and extra gallery with art, music, and developer notes. I am excited to see eventually, because I like reading the developer notes whenever I finish these little indie games, because they're fun to like see what the people were thinking about that process behind the games. It's so silly. But yeah, also this is quite the first visual you see of the game. It's like the key art of the game as well. It's like,
At least
wow.
you know what you're getting into.
I do like the flowers sprouting out of the wounds.
Yeah, it's cute.
But yeah, I have talk. I'm gonna quickly get myself some drink a water because having a moist throat, a lubricated throat is important when reading. Considering you have approximate 2 to 3 hours reading, but Lord knows it can take 4 hours. And odds are we're not gonna finish the game today. Who knows? Not me. But yeah, let's jump in and see what the fuck is up.
Alrighty.
We need to decide which who's reading what.
Yeah, that is important.
I think.
Just tell me when you want me to read a character.
I think my thought process was I'm gonna be the narrator and the main character again, and then you're gonna be the love interests again.
Sounds good.
Like the
I can do that
on Wednesday.
Yeah.
The question is, do I go through with the fucking Russian accent that I'm really bad at? That's the real question. Do I try my head at a really bad Russian accent again? I did that once for a whole basically 4 whole streams, and the creator was in the chat sometimes just listening to my really bad attempt at a Russian accent.
I'm not doing a Russian accent, probably.
That's okay.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
be
have to. I
honest.
probably shouldn't just either, because Lord knows that's gonna devolve into some incoherent mess.
Oh god.
At that time, so many hundreds of years ago, I swore an oath to her. As snow fell, powdering the white land of ice that we called home, I bent my knee before her and swore all too willingly, my loyalty and eternity to her. To her, for any wishes that she had, I swore myself away. What hot emotions swelled within my little heart at that time. I vowed to look after the empire that she built, nay, the empire that we built together. My small hands merely passed over one small brick on the great structure that she envisioned. I vowed to look after those who would claim descent from her and guide them in her place. There were so many, many things that she asked for, and so many, many things that I promised. I wondered if I was able to keep those promises as the centuries passed. Was it a butcher's knife? Or her knight's sword that cleaved my body? Pain dyed my thoughts red. I reached out to her memory for comfort, but I could no longer see her. Not now. Had I sinned against her? Or had her children's empire sinned against me? The hands upon my body were like those of a meat monger holding a pig for slaughter. The blades tearing apart my flesh were without even the warmth of ice and war. Perhaps not all animals understood what red was. Yet what crimson spilled on the ground tonight would be covered with snow soon. As black cold enveloped me, stealing away even the light of the stars, I had only one thought. Why had things come to this? Remember, 1904. I don't know how to read that.
Kites?
Kitas Empire of
Kittits? That's hard to tell.
Kitas. No, no. Kitas Empire of Muscovy. Also, what a great opener so far. Just oh yes, you die. You're
Yeah, it's
dying.
got a good hook.
Yeah, good hook. Just death. I mean, we weren't warned about death, so
That we were.
right there. The snow of the year fell in a light flurry of crystalline flowers, signaling the start of what we would call winter. I gazed out at the city from within the Empire's palace and waited for my appointment with its Lord Sovereign. Without much ado, I stared out the window, musing that very much had changed in mere decades, yet not much at all had truly changed. This palace, the White Palace, was still the same stone as the day it was built. A muffled crash jolted me out of my musings. Following the noise, I glanced towards the other side of the hallway, the door. The children were playing in that room. Children were wont to make some ruckus. However, today, a little prince from the continent was visiting and spending time together with the young princess. Perhaps this arrangement was to make a match between the two, separated enough by blood as cousins. Ugh. Love that, it's fucking classic.
That's royalty for you.
Yeah, that's royalty for you. Purebred and whatnot. If the muted sounds through the door were any indicator, that theoretical arrangement seemed to have little future. I spent a moment looking towards the door longer, but could not make out any details of the sounds within them. That was well enough. A testament to the doors. It was gauche to spy on children. I turned on my feet to look back at the window once more, wondering if all the birds had already left for former climes, only for the door to swing open. Hi, Kimi. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Have a lovely Saturday Sunday. Just in time for the start of the game. We died.
Yes, indeed we did.
Out came that child. Out that child came.
Should I voice the kid too?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
First princess and emperor's second child. Itatrina Alexandrovna Jesus Rurkovich.
It's Ekaterina
Fuck you.
Alexandrovna Yurikovich.
Of course you fucking know how to read it.
Jeez.
I swear to God, if I have to read that name again, I'm gonna fucking off myself.
It's probably just gonna go Ekaterina from now on.
Probably, yeah. As indicated earlier by the tag.
Yeah.
I'm running out calling her nickname for me. You're saying?
Never mind.
My dear
Scratch it.
Ekaterina Alexandrovna, my adorable Katusha.
Katusha.
She puffed out her chest as if she had done some great deed. Looking at her ruffled hair and wrinkled dress, I could not help but think that perhaps she truly had done a great deed that could not be spoken of. I smoothed out her dress and tidied up her hair.
Don't listen to the rumors. I like you very much. When I grow up, I'll propose to you and marry you. Jesus Christ, we just started! What the fuck?
Remember that, that's, which one was it?
Oh god.
1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth, remember that fifth content warning? Yeah. Yes, whatever my sweet Katusha says. I had no idea what she was talking about. I gently petted her head, careful not to mess up her hair that I had just neatened. She could not be this small forever. One day, my little princess would be taller than me. Her father and mother, not particularly short people. I would no longer be able to pet her head like this. Instead, she would be married away, perhaps even to a faraway country and continent.
Oh yeah, you're not concerned at all. That Wilhelm was saying all sorts of rude things, like that no one would marry you and whatnot.
Rumors were not something I was unfamiliar with.
I have my little protector right here. Oh, that's
I
you,
am a
sorry.
little protector right here. Do I not?
I'm sorry. Of course. I'll protect your honor. If no one else has taste, at least I do.
Taste in...
Marriage?
Truly, I had no idea what she was talking about. Here the pair of footsteps approach. I looked again at the open door and saw a little boy peeking out. And what our eyes met, he shrank back and hid away out of view.
Cousin, those are merely rumors that I heard. I had no intention of insulting you. She looks perfectly normal now that I look at her. Even if her hair is whiter than white, I see no evil in that. Immortal witches and hags and such. No such thing, right? Who would really believe that your family's imperial advisor was using devil magic on Uncle? Well, little boys should learn how to watch their mouths.
I placed a hand on Katusha's shoulder and shook my head. Where the little prince heard of such things? He was a visitor from another land, one who had arrived at it only recently, would depart from here soon enough. Be good, Katusha. I'm happy that you would defend me, but you needn't be concerned about what Prince says.
But he's being so rude.
I'm happy enough with your care. Don't bully him too much, otherwise your father will surely ground you. If you're grounded, we won't be able to see each other. I promise I'll tell you any story you ask for next time.
Promise?
When have I ever broken a promise? My little princess nodded, sagely.
Alright, I'll endure his presence. We certainly won't be friends.
Out of the corner of my eyes, I spotted the nursemaid, who was supposed to be watching over Katusha. She was a lower-ranking noble lady, who I was not particularly close with. Now, back to you, Nanny.
Oh yeah, you're meeting the father?
Yes, I'll be meeting with him soon.
Okay.
I gave Katusha a little pat on the back. She returned it to her nursemaid. Not without giving the little prince a dirty look, and was ushered back into the room with him. Before the nursemaid stepped back into the room as well, I called out to her. One moment.
Lady Olga.
I could read everyone, can you?
Well, I was just like, you're the main and the narrator, so I thought I might as well just be some of the NPCs here.
Okay, if you're sure.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Hesitation flickered in her eyes that would not meet mine. How did the two start bickering? In fact, how did it come to the topic of myself? I questioned it, but did not ask. You can tell me.
Prince Wilhelm stole some of Princess Ekaterina's dessert during snack time earlier.
Lower the volume a bit for the game. That girl and her sweet tooth. I see. Of course. I had not much else to say, and neither did the nursemaid. I merely glanced towards the door that no longer contained even a shadow of Katusha for a moment. You return to your duties. Watch over them well, and do ensure the princeling does not offend Katusha again.
Yes, thank you.
With a bow, the nursemaid returned to the room, and behind her closed the door. I once more stood alone in the hallway. When I looked out the window again, the snow continued to fall. I did not have time to wait for the snow to stop, but the servant soon called it to me from the direction of the Emperor's study. The Emperor has summoned me for our talk. God, this is so hard to do.
Should I do the Emperor?
I could do it.
Eh.
Emperor Alexander V. the Fifth. The Fifth. I assume, not V as I assume the Fifth. He was to me still Sasha. I saw him grow from babe to prince to unlikely heir, till he came to Emperor of Muscovy. In the past years, he had spoken to me less and less for advice on policy. I simply continued to stay by his family's side as I always had before even his father's time. Perhaps he thought that the words of an old woman were dated in this modern era of steel. Olga? My liege, Sasha? He gestured to me to take a seat, and take a seat I did. It's been a while since we last spoke in my study, isn't it? And there are many things to speak of. My God, what a year, Olga. Just as I thought, it was almost over. I received news of a cholera outbreak. Cholera?
Cholera, shit.
Cholera. I don't fucking know diseases. Cholera outbreak in our eastern provinces. I have to send someone to look into it, and some fools are suggesting that we send my firstborn. He's too young for it. Sasha's Alexander, his eldest son. Alexander... What the fuck?
Alexander Alexandrovich? You're kidding.
Sure. That's quite a choice of names.
To my boy Alex.
Alexander Alexandrovich was still but a boy, not even old enough to shave.
Oh, shit.
As I said, so myself as well. Send out Kafkin. He's dealt with such things before. Consider it a poor year of the East. The West has been quiet, yes. But it's worrying quiet. The warships fleet and cannons have our continental neighbors, neighbors are building. It feels like they've been preparing for war while speaking of peace these last few years. Once their race began, they had no choice but to continue racing. In Muscovy, do you continue racing as well? Hi, Junkie. Thank you for head pat. Hello.
Hey, Junkie. Good to see you.
We have no choice but to engage in that race, do we not? My prayer is for Muscovy to not have already been left behind. At least, only fools invade Muscovy in winter, and God knows we have nothing but winter here. With the harvest this year from our most fertile lands, you would think that the entire year was winter. Poor harvests happen, especially when the men were out of war. I suggest that the taxes be lowered. Peasants who cannot pay taxes cannot feed themselves, and such peasants cannot produce. Taxes cannot be lowered. Not without our coffers empty from that failure of war. We lost more than men, more than territory. We lost our pride as a European nation. 50-50.
Oh, this is very Russian. Russia in the past had been concerned with certain eras during their periods of time. There's different like Russian imperial periods, but during an older period around this time, chronologically, like the time that the game takes place in, they were really concerned with trying to, make themselves a respected European country, and so they lost a lot of their Slavic roots because they had forced them out to make way for new European tradition. But it was a race they were just constantly losing. So this is actually very Russian, and I think it's really neat.
Also, I think I came in for the 50 caffeine pills filled streak. Okay.
Oh god.
Dear God, Kimmy. Please tell me you're sleeping at some point in general. Jesus. 50 caffeine pills fueled streak. Jesus, that's a lot of caffeine pills.
Golly. Careful with the caffeine.
Consume 50 caffeine pills.
It's bad for your heart, you know.
The Empire Muscovy recently engaged in a war with an island nation in the far east over territory in that region. It should have been simple. The west was strong and civilized. The east was weak and easy to plunder. How many people believed that? How true had that seemed to all? This is so hard to continue doing this shitty bit I keep doing with this really old person.
I've noticed.
This really old person of all times saying the ED like they used to say in the old days.
Seemed and believed. And civilized.
Strong and civilized.
Oh god.
At the very least, Eastern threats had not been of concern since the Mongols. Yet, in the end, the war ended with our loss. But enough of that. I wanted your thoughts on a man. Huh? Why a man? Ew, I hate men. Disgusting. Bleh.
Gross. No boys allowed.
Sultan, the Interior Minister. And we are the one who pushed for the railway project. I know of him. He would be suitable, if my guess was what position you want him to fill is correct. What would that be? The one who pushed forward that manifesto and seemed to have been ousted recently. What can I say, but that you still know me well, Olga. Stolpen for Prime Minister. It rolls off the tongue well enough, and I hope he serves me better than the last one. The humiliation signing that thing was. On a particularly red-stained Sunday, early in the year, a peaceful march turned violent as soldiers fired upon the protesters wishing to petition the Emperor at this very palace. That and that failed war set off a cascade of strikes and even a mutiny on one of our warships. In order to address the unrest, Sasha issued a manifesto just last month. It declared that the establishment of a legislative assembly and the expansion of various rights. It was a pledge to step towards a constitutional monarchy, a proper constitution, still being drafted. He was rather unhappy with the whole affair. The unrest that boiled over seemed to have finally cooled. I think that's
Jesus
the,
Christ.
the typical precursor to what he wanted to air his grievances. I waited patiently to do nothing but listen. Not even the Emperor could have all that he desired. Listening was the least I could do.
I have a divine right to rule. That thing is no more than a piece of paper. I intend to dissolve the Parliament after things have calmed, perhaps after the New Year.
What?
Neither a Parliament nor a Constitution should limit the Emperor. I'm sure you understand, Olga.
Sasha, you want to hold yourself to your word. The people will revolt if they as they did before. I can read good, don't worry. It is unseemly for a lord to break his promises to his own people in such a way. Your word will no longer hold credence. Is the Constitution and the Parliament so bad?
Do you hear yourself?
It is what you promised it. For the lives of the little people to be bettered, the worries eased. At a cost of power, certainly, is perhaps not altogether a bad thing.
The lives of the little people are unfortunate, but what do they know? They were riled up by saboteurs who should be silenced instead of given freer rein to speak their lies. The Constitution, a parliament, but in truth, what they want, the rebels and the nobles who push this forward, to tear apart imperial power like hyenas. When the Emperor loses his power over the treasury and his power over the military, he will become nothing more than a figurehead. And oh, how they will laugh, how my ancestors will weep.
Sasha,
Do you also wish for my humiliation?
I wish for no such thing, but I'm afraid I still hold to my suggestion.
Then get out.
Sasha,
Am I still your ruler? I said to get out. Our discussion is over. Leave.
as you say, my liege. As I stepped out of the study, back of the hall, a sigh escaped my lips.
Did father get mad at you?
Katusha approached me in the hallway. The prince nowhere to be seen, and he folded a piece of paper in hand. She stood on her tiptoes and gently petted my shoulder, my head just a little out of reach.
I'm sure he'll stop being mad soon. Don't be so sad, Olga.
Thank you, Katusha. I'm not sad, and he's... well, I suppose he may be a little mad at me. We had a bit of a disagreement. I was not unuseful for him, but as an adopted advisor, or as a confidant, letting out a thinking noise, Katusha had held out that piece of paper to me.
And this is for you.
I took it from her hands and unfolded it to find a drawing within. What is this?
It's us. You, me, father, mother, Alexander, and baby Sergey. Do you like it?
I do. It's very thoughtful of you to draw this for me. I looked at Katusha, at her features that yelled so clearly that she was Sasha's child. She was Sasha's father's grandchild, and the great-grandchild of the one before. I could see the resemblance she had to her ancestors even after so many generations. Perhaps I was the only one who saw that resemblance now, those faces forgotten and only recorded through portraits paint on canvas. Katusha?
Pisha, or that's.
Katusha?
I'm dumb.
Can you promise me something?
It depends on what the promise is.
Only to be someone who loves the people of the Empire. Can you promise me that?
Does that really have much to do with me? My brothers are princes, and I'm just a princess. But if you want me to promise that, I can do it. I promise that I'll be someone who loves the people of Muscovy. Can you pet my head?
Oh, I did.
Oh god.
just like, just the face. Can you?
Okay, I did it. Can you pet me now?
I promise you know, I'm working you. What do you think I am?
Oh yeah? It's just Olga.
Just me? I suppose I am. But you see, the reason that I'm here is that I promised it to someone a long, long time ago to look after Muscovy. I promised it before the land was called Muscovy.
Are you talking about great-grandfather Fyodor?
The person who I promised it was not that man who convinced me to return to my role as Imperial Advisor after I stepped away a few generations before. The person I promised it was someone from far, far before his time. No, it was someone called Vasa. I'm sure that you will learn about her in your history lessons soon enough, if you hadn't already. Just as I finished speaking, a soft jingle sounded from Katusha's dress. She received a pocket watch from her pocket. Retrieve it. Not receive it, retrieve it. I can read good.
It's time for lessons again.
She pouted, her cheeks puffing up so cutely that I wanted to tug on them. She sent me a look as if by talking of lessons had somehow summoned them into the world. Best not to keep your tutor waiting.
Mm-hmm. Will I see you later? Or I'll see you again later, will you?
Of course. As if my words gave her motivation to study, she hurried off to her lessons.
Oh, flashback. The sky. It's so blue.
It's outside now.
Whoa, we're outside. I
I
was gonna
would
say
like
it's
to
not
go
snowing.
into the out now.
Oh,
I was gonna say it's not snowing, but it's just snow particles fall down from the sky now.
Yeah.
Literal seconds before the words came out of my mouth.
After parting with the little princess, I stepped out of the White Palace and headed down to the city proper for a breath of fresh air. Kititz, the city of steel, coal, and smog, like any city, so to call its air fresh was perhaps no more than wishful thinking. Yet, for whatever reason, whether it the cold or snow, the air was particularly crisp and clear today.
Oh, pretty.
Ooh, yeah. Whoa, photo mode. I've got
Oh,
photo mode
shit.
sometimes.
First-person shooter.
Oh,
Run, Olga, run.
all right. Where's the snipers?
Olga, pick up the rifle.
Oh god, there's one right there.
I made my way to the city center. There was a gathering by the fountain, someone giving a speech to a handful of people. As I passed it by, perhaps I seemed particularly idle, but I quickly found a flyer stuffed into my hands. I read over the flyer, which talked about this and that. Suffrage, civil rights, reduction of taxes, social welfare, the redistribution of wealth, criticisms of atrocity. Oblation of the army and police.
Abolition. Yeah.
Abolition. Words. To no surprise, I found a name of a known leftist group on the paper. I made eye contact with the man in the shadows. I recognized him. I recognized his clothes as those of Sasha's people, who watched over the city in the shadows as his eyes. Seeing no trash receptacle in sight, I let the flyer slip from my fingers and be swept away in the wind. The paper would be burned to slush and snow soon enough. Buried, not burned, buried. I continued walking. As I walked, I listened to the world around me. God, that sounds so fucking dumb. It's the back-to-back ED. I walked. I listened to the world around me. The war is finally over, but why doesn't it feel like it's over? I hear the Imperial family's advisor's a witch, an evil hag tricking the Emperor with her devil magic. That's why everything is bad now.
I
Okay.
can't afford to pay even more taxes. I already had to sell everything at home and move to the city. There wasn't even enough harvest left to live off of.
The price of bread has tripled in the last month. How do they expect us to feed our families?
They say that she's an ugly creature, that witch with a head of white hairs. She's dealing with demons to ruin the Emperor. Will the Emperor really keep his word?
The evil witch.
Gunshot sound. The loud noise of a hand slam. Oh, that's okay. That's the phone table. The loud noise of a hand slamming on the table made me jump in surprise. I turned my head to the source, as did many others on the street. There, I saw a young man and his friend sitting at a table outside of a shop. Finding nothing of interest, most streetgoers soon turned it away. I did as well until I heard the two speak. Then I paused for just a moment.
Died like a dog. The last emperor was assassinated. And it turned out that even those guys up there are just human like the rest of us.
Hey, quiet down. We still have You still have a sister, don't you? Don't talk about those sorts of things down here.
He deserved it. They all deserve it.
The talk made me remember the previous emperor who had died in an assassination. Someone shot him, and he died. Of course, the killer was shot as well. Shooting 2 people dead made no difference in that those who had been shot were dead. For a moment, I thought of Sasha's older brother, Mikhail, who had also died around that time. Mikhail perished in what was thought to have been a train accident. Whether it was an accident or sabotage could only be asked silently, for idle thoughts could not bring a man back to life. Humans died when they were killed. People die when they are killed.
People die when they're killed.
Humans died when they are killed. That was an unavoidable truth. Sometimes, even without being killed, they died. God. That line from Fate will be etched in history for Lord knows
People
how
die
long.
when they're killed.
People die when they are killed. It sounds so dumb, but out of
That line
context.
fucking sucks, but I love it.
But it's the thing is, it's true. That's the
I mean,
thing.
yeah, but
I
like,
know it's so dumb.
People's lungs are filled with air when they breathe. People move when they walk.
you're like,
I don't
no
know
shit.
the context of that because I think that's from the
I don't either.
original Fate Stay Night. I watched that ages ago. And I didn't encounter that when I watched with my subs, so I don't know what the fuck the actual context. Which part of the series that was from? I have to go look back and see it, but it's so funny out of context.
Oh god.
Another very funny out of context line is not from Fate, but from a different anime. Is I'll now proceed to pleasure myself with this fish. He's gonna eat the fish and be happy about it.
Oh, I see. That's
He's
what
gonna
that
eat
meant.
the fish and derive pleasure from consuming the fish. Not the other
He's
way.
going to pleasure himself with that fish.
Yes. I continued onward.
Oh, can I voice the snowman?
Sure. Give us a snowman. The clearly
hope he has
voiced
lines.
character.
My goat.
Walking, I noticed that a little girl playing alone in the street. Her clothes were a patchwork mess, sewed together with rags that somehow seemed to keep her warm.
What?
Then came the sound of hooves and wheels. A carriage adorned with a noble's emblem came rushing down to the street, the horse galloping at a speed far beyond that allowed at local law. Yet, perhaps knowing that they were to be punished beyond a fine, the carriage continued in a rush right at the child in the street. No one would cry for a poor factory worker's child, not anyone important. The child lifted her head, frozen in shock, but she could not move or run from her place. Whether or not anyone else saw her, no one acted. Therefore, I lunged forward and tumbled to the other side of the street with the child in my arms. The carriage left as quickly as it came, causing a mix of relief and irritation to well up within me. I pushed myself up off the child, propping myself with my arms as I checked the girl, who luckily seemed unhurt. As I thought to stand, a sharp pain ran through my leg. It was then that I noticed the blood wetting my jacket, as I noticed the injury at my leg broken open by the impact of the carriage horse. My arms began to shake. Pain, no matter if it would heal or not, it hurt. I took a deep breath and focused it, silently hovering over the child until I felt my injury slowly knit together. When my body finally regained its proper state, I forced myself to my legs. Are you alright? The girl's eyes were still wide with shock, and she did not respond. I helped the child up to her feet, just as I wondered to myself when the child's parents might be. A middle-aged woman who resembled the child came running over with a tearful face. I shook my head as the mother opened her mouth to thank me and merely passed the child over. The mother embraced the child in tears and began to quietly scold her, telling her to never play in the street again like that. After looking upon that scene for a moment, I continued my walk.
We're back to Snowman.
Before long, the snow had lightened.
You sure?
During my outing, intensified once more.
Oh, the snow that had lightened during
Oh,
my
that had lightened,
outing
okay.
intensified once more.
I can't read.
Yeah,
Don't
okay,
worry.
so it's getting heavier again.
Soon, I could barely see a meter before myself. I made my way back to the White Palace. As I approached it, I could not help but remember that this was where those protesters had been gunned down on that Sunday. On that Sunday day. Sasha, that manifesto you disdain was written in blood. I stepped past the threshold where red could no longer be seen and entered the palace. Rurik the ruler. I watched an opera from the box alone. The people singing and dancing seemed as they lived in another world, separate from reality. Today's show told the story of the first emperor, Rurik the ruler, a rather popular topic if I had to say so myself. As the tale began, the stage came an actress depicting his mother, Vasilisa the Great. I can read. I can name
Yeah,
good.
okay.
I can read.
These
good,
are hard
guys.
names. These are not English.
Yeah, these are not
names.
English names. The Russian. Vasilisa the Great. She was a woman who had become more myth than person. The depiction before me, almost unrecognizable to me not for the feats attributed to her. I was the only one who knew her. Or perhaps I was the only one who could not know her. Not the one shown on so many stages like tonight's. Soon enough appeared the sage witch, so very unlike myself, who then swore such a solemn oath of loyalty to the Empire, to Rudik. She spoke with such conviction that I almost wondered if those words were true. How many different words had the writers of these shows thought of? How many different variations to fit their songs? How few had ever left my lips. One second, I'm just thinking about that real quick.
That is a really interesting idea, though. Being
Mhm.
like an immortal and going to see shows about people you once knew.
Mhm.
Yourself depicted in there as this like character that, people think is long gone.
Mhm.
Ugh.
It's different. Like seeing how people interpret you and your actions is quite interesting.
As if you're a person from history. Yeah.
I mean, technically she is, but
She is, but
still,
she's also right there watching it. It's
exactly.
fascinating.
It's quite the interesting thing. Think
Yeah.
about. Tis the curse of immortality, I guess, in a way. Just
Immortality fucking
comes. It
sucks.
fucking sucks. Watching these always filled me with a warped sense of mirth, so I stayed to the end as always. When I stepped out of the opera house, I let out a breath that quickly turned to a puff of white. That white reminded me I was still alive. It was almost Christmas. It's another night in mid-December. I had been invited to the imperial family's Christmas party as always, and it was a mere week away now. As I began to make my way back to the palace, I bumped into a child sitting in the corner of the street. I took a second glance at her and realized that she was a girl who I'd saved it from being trampled mere weeks ago. Well, it's been weeks. Hello.
It's you.
She stood in an unobstructive spot in the city center with a basket on her arm. Within that basket were many boxes of matches. The girl seemed to be struggling to find her words, so I waited.
Would you like to buy some matches?
You're selling matches? The girl nodded.
I wanted to earn some extra money so my mommy wouldn't need to work so hard. And I was told I could earn some by selling matches, but I haven't sold any.
Where is your father?
He left for the war, and he never came back. I don't think he's coming back.
And your mother?
She's working right now.
What do you think about the current emperor? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone what you say.
I don't know, but he must be good, right? He's the emperor, and he keeps everyone safe by being in charge. My mummy said that he has the Lord working through him. I heard there's an evil witch sent by the devil controlling him. Maybe everything bad he's done is because of her.
The devil from the Bible. You know, the Bible.
So he's probably good.
Hello. I am that witch you're talking about.
Yeah. Actually, he's a bitch, and he
I
sucks.
see.
And the witch is cool and awesome. Fuck you.
I see. I'll buy all your matches. I reached into my wallet and retrieved far more than her little basket of matches could be worth. Passing the money to the girl, I asked her, "Will this be enough?" The girl nodded rapidly, her expression almost reminiscent of when she was merely run over by a carriage. Taking the money, she hurriedly handed to me the entire basket of matches, which in truth I had no need for. Don't give me change.
But
Now home you go. Somewhere warmer than in here. After she left, I did as well.
I
With
think
the
so far
matches.
we've seen the two love interests already before before the years and years and years from now that this probably takes place, if I were to
Yeah,
guess.
I figured. I had to pause.
I think those are the two from the titles card.
Yeah, I had to check real quick whether there's a blonde in the title card. If there was,
Yeah,
I could
that
tell
makes sense.
instantly.
These are the two characters from the title card. They're just
Children.
because she's an immortal. You know, this is back when they were first kids. Yeah.
Yeah, there is the age gap. Content warning.
That is a strange situation, yeah, being an immortal and then like
Mhm.
years and years later. Yeah, that is weird.
Before long came Christmas. I stood in a corner of the ballroom, observing the Christmas party that was the same each year. Only this year, the thought that perhaps I was not needed here was stronger than ever. The imperial family made its way through the room, speaking with various important members of the nobility. Sasha approached me.
Happy Christmas, Olga.
Happy Christmas to you too. I was thinking that perhaps I should leave.
Tired already? The night has just begun. But you ought to go upstairs to your room to rest if you need to.
No, perhaps this was not the right time to tell you such news, but I intend to leave this place altogether. I will no longer be beside the imperial family.
What? Why? You cannot do that, Olga.
I wondered if his refusal came from boyhood affection for family, or from a desperation for legitimacy, as his grandfather had when seeking me out.
You must tell me why. That way I can convince you not to go. I assure you, I have never once wanted you gone. Who told you this? Who told you to leave? Tell me and I will have them punished. That is my right as emperor. If it is our recent argument, then I must tell you that I've thought more about what you've said. You are right on some things. I relent to your opinion on much of what we spoke of, and I apologize if I hurt you in saying what I said.
Yet, our arguments were not the only reason I declared my intention to go. The direction that the Empire had begun to turn in had long left my ability to influence. This apology was but a single apology. Unable to advise him well, all I did was stain the reputation of the imperial family as a so-called witch. There was no use in having someone who brought upon the shame from the outside and displeasure to you from the inside, forcing her way against your own. I could not bear to be in such a state. Perhaps it was selfish in me. Therefore, I struggled to vocalize these thoughts. I simply shook my head.
At the very least, not now. Think about it a while longer. If not for me, for the children, Olga.
Sasha, to me, he was still a child. Still the child I saw grow up. Even though he was now a grown man, he was still at times that boy. Before I could find my words, Katusha appeared before us.
Father? Olga? The two of you are talking without me.
Katneka.
Katinka.
Kateka.
Katenka.
Katenka.
It's endearing. It's an
Mm.
endearing term.
Katenka. I know I said Kate. Kate. Katenka. The two of us are speaking about something important. No, it's alright. Did you want anything from us, Katusha? Katusha shook her head.
Mm-mm. I just wanted to ask Father if I may have some of the pastries.
May she?
You spoil her. Yes. Go ahead, Katenka. But don't have too many. And don't tell your mother.
Yay! I love you, Olga.
And me?
I love you too, Father.
The two of us watched as Katusha left for the pastries, waiting until she could no longer hear our conversation before resuming. Sasha,
Olga,
I will think about it a while longer.
thank you. I will treat it as if we did not have this conversation at all.
Of course, you must spare me that embarrassment. It seemed that I would stay. I may take your suggestion.
Which?
To go up and take a rest soon.
Yes, you do that, Olga.
Good night, Sasha.
Good night, Olga.
This is a very Russian game.
Yes, Sasha departed to speak with some others, and I began to make my way out of the ballroom. As I did, I felt the eyes of other guests upon me. They whispered far too loudly, as if wanting me to hear. Do you think the girl is the Emperor's secret mistress? The poor Empress. Then again, I always did think Maria was a German fool.
A charlatan who has the Emperor fooled. That witch. What hag. Have you heard what people have been saying these days?
He's easy enough on the eyes. I would keep her myself if I could.
Best not to have someone of unknown origin so close by.
Who knows what wild things she whispers into the Emperor's ears? God forbid the Crown Princes.
What haven't you heard? Haven't you heard that she's a witch who's been around for generations?
How irritating. Before I could leave, a man blocked my way. I took a moment to recognize him, as he was not someone I spoke with often. He was a noble, a very distant imperial relative even.
Happy Christmas.
As I attempted to walk around him and leave, he grabbed my wrist.
You are... Oh, sorry.
You are Lord Yusupov?
Dmitry Pavlovich. Dmitry Pavlovich Yusupov, at your service. Do not call me Dmitry. Lord Yusupov was my late father. May his soul rest in peace.
I attempted to shake him off, but he would not let go. I cannot ascertain what this man wanted with me. I see. What business do you have with me, Lord Yusupov?
With me? You fuck. Wow, rude. Love that. Love that. Hell yeah.
What business do you have with me, Lord Yusupov?
I would like to invite you to an after party at my villa.
I'm afraid I must decline. It's been a long day, and I intend to turn in soon.
No, you must not decline. This is a very special party.
There are very few things special enough to come between myself and a bed. What after party is more important than the Emperor's Christmas party? His Majesty bade me rest, and rest I intend to take. Without letting go of my wrist, he leaned in to whisper in my ear.
We must discuss a matter of utmost importance. A matter of national security. That of the Emperor.
You aren't to discuss it with His Majesty.
No, he cannot know of this, lest he be endangered. We must speak with you.
What is it then?
There are too many eyes, too many ears here. Come with me before it's too late. Not for me, but for the Imperial family. For His Majesty.
No, this man would not let go of my wrist, as if he could not afford for me to run. The idea of some drastic threat to the Empire that would endanger Sasha for him to know filled me with trepidation. I made up my mind to hear him out. Alright then. To your villa, Lord Yusupov. Finally, he let go. I purred my wrist where he had held me, putting a red mark in the shape of his fingers. Even if that red mark would fade soon enough, I could not help but grimace. He exited the ballroom, and I followed him. I entered his carriage after him, and it set out towards a villa in the direction of the city's main river. We should be away from prying eyes now, so speak.
Can I say real quick?
Yes?
The fact that they said river makes me very anxious because there's some shit with
Which
the river is important to Rasputin
Mm.
and how he died.
Maybe this was about Rasputin.
Oh god.
This is Rasputin. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, this
What,
is very
nervously?
it plays a lot of homage to old Russian literature
mm.
and works and history.
What is it that is so important to the security of the Emperor that you cannot speak to him and must speak to me?
No. Only in my villa can we be safe to discuss what we wanted to discuss with you.
I had no intention of speaking with him further yet. He began to talk.
So, how did you manage this con?
What?
You know exactly what I mean. The con of swapping out daughters for the Emperor's family to play a sage witch. I'm impressed, really. White hair is unheard of in a girl as young as you, but it seems the Imperial witches always look like this. And your faces, they're just about always the same in those portraits. So, how long has this con been running for?
Lord Yusupov, do not insult me any further. The carriage stopped as we arrived at his villa. He led me inside, bringing me to a dining area, where a number of guests were already present. As I entered, their eyes followed me with a not so pleasant gleam. The man flagged at a servant, who quickly came
Oh
over.
god, it
with
is
bottles of
Rasputin.
wine and glass.
Oh god.
The man then proceeded to pour a glass and held it out to me.
Come now, have a drink first.
I don't drink. Of course. That was a lie. What was it that you wanted to speak with me about? That matter of utmost importance that threatens the Emperor. What is it? Terrorists? Socialists? Reformists? War? Surely, you can say it now that I've come to your villa.
Have a drink first.
I must refuse.
No, have a drink.
You must think I'm stupid if you don't think I would find this suspicious.
But you see, you have no choice. I think you'll be happier if you have a drink first. I'm not a cruel man, after all. I'll even tell you what I wanted to discuss with you after.
I'm clearly outnumbered here, aren't I? Do as you please. I finished it with our back and forth. He grabbed at me and slammed me into the table, knocking the air out of me. Then he poured the wine into my mouth. Much spilled past my lips, but he forced me to swallow what entered. The acrid taste of bad wine mixed with some sort of sediment covered my tongue. He couldn't even offer me something better to drink. I coughed and sputtered, but I could not spit it out. I suppose there never was a threat to begin with.
No, the threat was you.
He let go of me and took back. A surge of dizziness rushed through my head, my vision blurred, warping. I attempted to leverage the dining table to keep my balance and stand, as he took a gun out of his pocket. I understood. An assassination, then. No. Just a murder. Well, I felt the slightest relief that Sasha would not be in danger.
Oi, Grigori, wasn't there supposed to be enough in a sip to knock out a full-grown horse within seconds?
Someone must have responded, but his voice did not reach my ears.
So be it.
Yusupov raised his gun at me.
Don't whore yourself out to the Emperor in your next life.
A red hot pain pierced through my skull, and I crumpled on the ground. Something wet leaked down my face, prompting me to bring a hand up to my forehead. Staring at the man and his compatriots, I made to stand up again.
She's not going down. Is she seriously getting back up? Goddamn monster!
That's Scottish. Sorry.
Devil!
Got the monster! Fucking there!
Just whole ass fucking other country.
Yeah.
What if she really is a witch? You said that she was just a girl. Shut up and shoot her again.
The bullet made pain tore through my body and consciousness. When I regained a semblance of self again through the red, I found Yusupov and his compatriots dragging my body outside. The sound of river that had yet to freeze over reached my ears. My eyes stained with blood turned to Yusupov, who at that moment looked towards my face. If I could speak, I would curse him. All that came out was a painful gurgle that tasted of iron. Everything hurt.
Chop her up so she won't get back up again.
They reached a spot to their satisfaction and threw at my body, harshly to the ground. They gripped my limbs, which still could not move, as if holding an animal for slaughter, and pinned them to the ground. I hated the feeling of their hands. Then, their other compatriots prepared their blades. I closed my eyes. It hurt. The feeling of my flesh being rent apart. It hurt. It hurt. It hurt. It hurt in a way that I could not put into words. It hurt. My thoughts swarm in the patchwork of red and meat. Was I sad? Was I disappointed? My senses disappeared. All I was pain. All I could taste was iron. All I could see was red. All I could hear was the crunching, squelching, splattering of flesh. Then there was an all-enveloping cold. Bubbles escaped my slack mouth, ice-cold water rushing in the place. My blood mixed into rushing black, and I could not even make an attempt to swim. The water around me hugged my body and pulled me downward. They threw me into the river.
It's exactly what they did to
Mhm.
Rasputin, by the way. They poisoned him with wine, cut his body up, and threw it in a river.
Uh-huh. I see.
That's exactly what happened to Rasputin in history, if you're
Mm.
curious.
Our crying pain was an ever worse sensation, that of fear. I would not die, therefore I was afraid. I was afraid at this deep, black water around me. After that, I would swallow me up. Afraid that it would swallow me up and never spit me out. I remembered that she once told me.
You need to learn how to swim.
I was afraid. I was scared. My consciousness began to fade. No, I didn't want this. If I were to sink to the bottom of the ocean, then I would. I opened my eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling and took a hesitant breath. What entered my lungs was sweet air. I laid in an unfamiliar bed within an unfamiliar room, which certainly was in an unfamiliar house. As I glanced at a closed window, I saw an unfamiliar landscape covered in what could not be more familiar. Snow. It was snowing. Therefore, it must have still been winter. Who was I? What was I? In truth, I knew the answer to those questions, if not where I was, but I no longer wanted to think. I was killed. My body was thrown into a river. A shiver went down my spine at the idea of being trapped in a hell of water, as I had feared. Yet I, instead, in an unknown bed. Yet I was instead in an unknown bed in an unknown location. I knew that those behind my assassination were all members of nobility. I wondered what Sasha would do in response, or if he would make any action at all. Although I said that, I would not leave after all. I ended up leaving by no choice of my own. I was weak. What witch, what hag? I was in the end a mere girl who could not die. I attempted to move my limbs, and they would not move. No, they themselves had not withered away. They were very much attached to my body once more, the same as before, or newly formed, unknown. I simply seemed to have forgotten how to move them. As I tried to get out of bed, I only barely succeeded in forcing myself to an upright sitting position without falling. I heard the sound of the bedroom door opening. An androgynous woman. You got there?
Yep, no, I was getting my voice clear because I know this is my
Okay.
part.
I thought you were swooning at this androgynous woman stepping into
She
the room.
is pretty.
A look of surprise on her face upon seeing me awake.
Sleeping Beauty's awoken.
Where am I? My throat felt terribly dry. A voice came out as no more than a whisper.
Let me get you some water first.
The woman quickly left the room and returned with a cup of water, which she passed it to me. It was warm. Thank you. With shaky hands, I raised the cup to my lips and took a sip. Who are you?
You first.
My name is Olga.
Just Olga?
Yes, just Olga.
I see. Pleasure to meet you, Olga. My name is Vasiliza... Oh god.
Huh?
Vasiliza Nikolavna... Nikolavna... Ulyanova. Vasiliza Nikolavna Ulyanova. There we go. And to answer your previous question, this is my home. I found you by the river and brought you here.
The name, Vasilisa, made emotions swirl uncomfortably in my chest. Vasilisa? Just like Vasilda the Great?
I suppose, yes. That said, I'm just a school teacher.
That did not seem to be all. But I did not voice my doubts. What is the date today?
The 1st of December, 1905.
1905. A full year since then. Thank you. Ulyanova. Ulyanova.
Please. Call me Vasilisa.
It's a lot easier to say. It's a lot easier to say than anything else in my name. Fuck! Vasilisa Nikolaevna. After exchange of instructions, Vasilisa Nikolova left the room and once again returned with something in her hands, a bowl of porridge. Although she initially handed the bowl to me, much to my embarrassment, my hands shook too much to eat. Thus came the scene of her feeding me porridge, spoon by spoon. The mortification of being a woman, of making a woman who had just met feed me, wash it through me. Yet as the warmth of food settled in my stomach, I felt comfortable. After putting away the bowl, she massaged my arms and hands, helped me move them up and down until a semblance of dexterity returned as my mind finally remembered my limbs. Do you have any old newspapers from the end of last year and the beginning of this year?
I should. Why do you ask?
I want to catch up with what happened around my coma. She made a hum of understanding.
Would you like the entire years, or... I'm gonna give her a slight Russian accent.
Okay. Just the end of last year and the beginning of this year should be sufficient for now. She rummaged around the room, retrieving the stack of newspapers and passed them over to me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know if you need any more.
I nodded and began to sift through the papers I received. As I received a paper cut or two from my clumsy handling, then no one but me had to know. Little cuts healed quickly. The week of Christmas, nothing particular appeared in the news. It was in the papers from the week after that I found what I sought. At the same time, I did not find what I sought. Yusupov and the other maims were pardoned by Sasha for killing an anonymous person whose description I could tell was mine. Their punishment was a small fine and a slap on the wrist. The group was sent for peacetime military service in cushy officer positions. So this was Sasha's answer. I should have left after all. I cried. Vasilisa Nikolaevna did not comment.
Nikolayevna? Nikolayevna. That's what it is. Sorry, I had to read it for a couple seconds to
Nikolayevna?
understand the vowels again. Yeah. It's been a while since I've had to read anything vaguely Russian sounding.
That's valid. I think last time I did that was probably October or November.
Yeah.
Probably when there was a character from Russia in another Russian novel I read.
Yeah.
With those tears went my love to the Emperor, as that boy I saw grow up. The words. I slowly recovered control of my body, but this is the Vasilisa Nikolaevna. Lavna. I don't think Lavna. While healthy, I seemed to have forgotten how to move after a year of slumber. Why had I slept for so long? I wondered if I had been afraid to awaken. Soon enough, my body remembered that I was as I always had been. I stayed in the house today. Well, why do you keep saying her fucking first and last name, Gabe?
Vasilisa Nikolayevna.
What?
Vasilisa
Vasilisa?
Nikolayevna.
Nikolavnia.
Nikolayevna.
Lavnia. I can't. My fucking mouth.
You're
hurts.
right.
Besides that, Nicolavia was out. Without much to do, look at the bookshelf and peruse it through what I could find.
Could you imagine being a fucking, like, an immortal and your ex-girlfriend who who died all those years ago
Mhm.
because she wasn't immortal is, like, famous, of course, and then, like, years later you run into a pretty girl who's named after your ex?
That is insane to
Who's
think
named
about.
after your late wife? Jesus Christ, that's fucked
Mhm.
up.
I don't know if they're. I don't know if ex-wife is. I think that's a bit much. I doubt you're
Yeah,
that
ex-girlfriend.
close.
I wouldn't call her, like, ex-wife. It's like her, like,
Mhm.
late. It's like late girlfriend, I guess.
Mm. Yeah. Certainly, there were novels. Goth. Tolstoy.
Tolstoy. Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky.
Those are real people.
I figure they're real people. I just
Ugh.
can't say names. Because
You're
Lord
good.
forbid, a person who does not know Russian say Russian names.
I've had to read a little Dostoevsky for school.
Mm. Perhaps because she was a teacher. She had a well-stocked collection of books. A well-stocked collection of books. As I glanced across their spines, I found that many of them had been notably censored, or even banned from print. I thumbed through one such and found that it was a foreign edition, with the edits from the censors. The book was interesting enough to kill time despite my German being rusty. German. As I finished reading the book, I put it back and discovered a box of pamphlets on the same shelf. They were from various leftist groups, some more radical than others, calling for this and that, abolishment of monarchy and whatnot. As I parsed through them, I found a number of familiar names. This group was associated with a number of terrorist attacks and should have been neutered?
Yep.
Okay, neutered by the Emperor's secret police. And that group was considered particularly troublesome for its involvement with various railway strikes and worker groups. I wondered to myself why a school teacher would have seditious materials on her shelf. Before I could place the pamphlets back, did her open it.
Ah, you found those. I didn't hide them particularly. I did not hide them particularly well, after all.
Put the items in my hand back on the shelf. You want to be more careful.
Do you intend to report me?
No.
Tada. But actually, many of these pamphlets belong to my brother, Vlas. I'm afraid he's not around to get in trouble for them anymore, so I'm keeping them for him now.
Must he leave such things with his sister?
If I didn't keep it, then my other family members would have thrown it all away. I wanted to understand what he was thinking about up to the day he died, so I kept everything.
My condolences. What happened?
It was a few months ago. He was caught up in a bombing and died.
There was something that she was not saying, yet it would be unmannerly to me to pry regarding the death of her brother.
But enough about him. Vlas would be happy that the cute girl read through his papers. Did you have any thoughts on them?
Just that it may not be advised to be much more involved with such groups. The Emperor has eyes in the shadows.
Do you agree with what they say?
I shook my head. Some of those printed words are fantasies, and some are things that are far more untenable. prefer it not to continue down this line. I haven't seen your other family members around. They don't live with you.
No, I'm the only one who lives here. Everyone else is in my hometown. My mother and younger sister are still living in the old family home. As for my father, you could say that he also lives in our hometown. Although a plot in the graveyard doesn't count as much as part of a family home.
Because it lives.
Because it lives! You know, he's fucking dead.
What about you? Do you have a family, Olga?
I paused. No, I'm afraid I'm an only child, and both my parents died early. The face that came to mind with the word family only brought me pain. They were not my family. As I tried to reach the faces of my birth parents, I found myself unable to piece together their features. I'd lost them before I became what I was.
So, you are.
She took my hand into hers.
Shall I be your older sister then?
I'm far older than you. Vasilisa.
Vasilisa?
Vasilisa Nikolaevna.
No, really? I can't tell.
It's true. I just happen to age very well.
I'll be your shelter, and you can stay here for as long as you'd like. And come back here if you run into any issues outside. Best not to be swept away by a river again, no?
No, I really would prefer not to be swept away by a river again. Unlike the cold water, it was warm and steadily held my hand. I appreciated it more than I could say, so I silently held her hand back. The days passed without any further discussion of the pamphlets I found on the shelf. Now and then, the two of us would discuss topics that leaned towards treason. Through our dangerous conversations, I also learned that the two of us had different opinions on that man Napoleon. The day we chatted in the early afternoon after she had arrived at home from work, but before we would start dinner.
If you take Vasilisa the Great out of the equation, which of her descendants is your favorite?
Descendants. None of those who sat on the throne have ever held her blood in their veins. They had not her blood, only her wishes.
What do you mean by that? Or do you mean to say that the Great Unifier really was a myth after all? A unifier, sorry.
You're like,
The Great
Unifier?
Unifier really was
fucking
a
unifier.
myth after all. I didn't see the second eye, sorry.
And I shook my head. How could she be a myth? It's the descendants who are not our myth. No, the imperial bloodline goes all the way back to Duduk, and no further. Vasilisa the Great never had any children. Therefore, not once could her blood have entered that of those who sit on the throne now. Duduk was her adopted son and heir, so he and his inherited Muscovy. That's all.
I see. That's interesting.
Nikolava, do you have a favorite emperor?
Nope.
What was it that you taught again?
History.
Yet you say you have no favorite emperor.
Isn't it because I know of their deeds that I have no favorite?
Certainly not all were glorious. I remember one such emperor in the lineage who was so foul that I went to live in the woods for decades before a prince from another branch found me again. A favorite animal, then?
My, are you insinuating that our lords are above or on the same level as animals?
That is not my intention. Do you also not have favorite animal?
No, I like foxes. They're cute, aren't they?
They are. They made for warm scarves as well.
And your favorite, Olga?
I love foxes. They're so nice. They're also great for scarves. I would need a moment to think. Birds. I find them adorable. What was that one called again? Paris Major? A common yet adorable thing.
That's a little unexpected.
What did you think I would like?
You seem like someone who would like cats.
Is that so? You seem like someone who likes foxes.
Bark, bark.
Damn. No, that is a gadget. Very fox-like. We find your little round bun top into your mouth.
Alas, there are no buns at home right now. But I guess it is about time to start making dinner. My friends always said that I was good with my hands.
Yo. I prepared the dough already. We'll have many until we're sick of it. Idly. The days pass it. Feeling like a freeloader, I can tempted that none of my assets, would should have been shut down, even if I was presumed to have been murdered. I briefly left the house and withdrew an amount of money without issue. The only question was if anyone would track and follow my actions. Yet what did it matter if anyone did? With money retrieved, I passed it to Vasilisa Yukravna, when I found it had a chance.
What is this?
Money to compensate for everything. She took a quick look into the envelope of cash that I gave her and winced.
Are you a princess, Olga? A rich man's daughter, perhaps?
Neither. I'm simply someone who has had a lot of time.
I can't take this from you.
Why not? You've housed me and fed me. You've cared for me when you could have left me where you found me by the river. I want to repay you.
I didn't pick you up in order to get a reward out of it. What will your friendship be like? Or what will our friendship be like after I take this money? It feels like you're trying to tie up loose ends in order to make it easy to end our relationship. I don't want this money.
No, I intend to stick around for as long as you'll have me. Take it. I can't bear to freeload off you.
I'm not troubled for money, Olga.
Then take it to spend however you wish. Use it to amass the largest collection of problematic pamphlets a woman has ever seen. I pause it. That could be a problem. As long as you don't get yourself in trouble.
My beliefs are the sort that the state's watchdogs might consider revolutionary or seditious.
I already had an inkling of her sympathies, but I was surprised to hear her say so herself.
For example, there should be no monarch who rules over any nation with autocratic power.
I see value in a constitution, in a parliament, to aid wise monarchs and to hinder a potential tyranny. Muscovy is already moving towards a constitutional monarchy with checks and balances, so it also is there to be dissatisfied with besides impatience.
No, rather that there should be no emperor at all.
Perhaps that's too far, too fast.
The government should be of the people, for the people. Resources born from the hands of the people should be distributed to the people. Not nobles born into positions that they were not elected to, or bourgeoisie that fought their way up. Not like the recently dismissed parliament. Not a bloodline that sits on the throne, regardless of whether its people bleed or starve. I'd like to convince you eventually that the imperial family is not needed. But I imagine it would take a lot of time, wouldn't it?
You might never convince me. Such ideas are fantasies, but in reality, they would result in chaos and bloodshed. An emperor is needed to unite, to lead, to hold this empire together. Before this dynasty, there was far more war and famine and disjoint principalities in this land.
Is an emperor now truly the same as those of historical myth? It's the natural evolution of society to go from that to this and then another change. At times, change may need blood. Even Vasilisa the Great must have shed a sea of blood in her unification campaign.
I posit. The world was so different now from when it was during Vasa's time. Perhaps change was needed, and perhaps change was already underway.
Could I ask you to read some of these books that I have on my shelf?
She rattled off a couple of names.
They're rather eloquently written, even if you disagree. I'd like for you to read them over and understand.
I let out a sigh. All right. I did not agree with her perspectives, but I could at least agree to understand them. Just take the money.
Not enough of a distraction?
I know you've wanted to talk about this for a while anyway. Even if you want to use the money to spread your thoughts, that's fine.
I won't. At least not your money. But I'll take it if you insist.
I nodded.
I'll buy you pelmeni.
We still have Pelham at home. Maybe buy yourself some good wine as a treat instead.
We'll see.
After the conversation, we began to speak of the state of the world and the state of the state more frequently. Vasilisa Yukarovna invited me to join some discussion groups that she was part of, but for now I declined it, for I was not sympathetic to their cause. One such group was the reason for her absence today. Meanwhile, I finished one of the items she asked me to read. They openly declare that their ends can be obtained only by the forceful overthrow of all existing social conditions. I can read. What audacious words.
Oh god. That does not sound good at all.
Oh.
Just as they put the book back on the shelf, I heard a noise from the front of the house. It resembled the front door being opened with more force than Vasilisa Nikolaevna would ever. The knob was prone for getting stuck, but she knew how to wiggle it just right. Then came unfamiliar voices.
That propagandist in the Socialist Democratic Workers' Party. Ulyanova, she's supposed to live here.
Let's take her out and get out sooner rather than later.
The owner of those voices seemed to be rummaging around her things.
Where is she? If she's out, she won't be able to come back here again. Not with the new boss breathing down our backs.
Although relieved that she was not currently at home, I hoped that she would not return soon. Footsteps of the intruders came closer. Where I could parse, there were at least 3 men in the group. Now they opened the door of the room I was in. I recognized these men and the clothes that they wore, and the question was what they were here for. No, their chatter was enough for me to understand. The citizen Nicaragua was more than just a sympathizer to the socialist cause, more than just a party member.
Hands in the air.
I did as I was told.
No, that's not Yurinova.
Sorry, girl. We were told not to leave any witnesses. You're probably one of them too, huh?
Fuck you. I crumpled it to the ground. Although the pain of the bullet pierced through my body made me want to writhe, I forced myself to play dead this time. There was no value in being brutalized here. To my luck, the group did not come to double-check if I was still alive or not, nor did they shoot the body again just in case. Instead, they hurried to rummage through the citizen Nikorovna's home to retrieve whatever evidence they could. I laid on the ground until I no longer heard their presence. Returning to my feet, I started to dispel the crumpled feeling of playing dead. Then, looking around, I couldn't help but frown at the mess. And so lost in my thoughts while typing, I did not realize when she returned. I had yet to change out of my clothes, clearly covered in my blood, the bullet hole lining up from my heart.
Olga!
She rushed into me, grabbed me by the shoulders, and looked at the blood on my body. Her eyes darted around, looking for a wound that wasn't there. I'm alright. It's just that the secret police came by and messed up your home.
I don't care about the mess. You were shot. That's not alright. You were shot through the... no wound?
Her eyes darted to the bullet in the wall, and the very bullet that had gone through me, and the visible blood stain on the ground.
But you were clearly shot.
Not the front and back of my clothes, finding the hole caused by the bullet. Watching her fret over me, I contemplated if I could tell her that I was not the same sort of human as she could be ruinous. That could be a ruinous piece of information for our relationship. Yet, I made up my mind. I was. But I'm alright. Because I'm immortal. With that, my world would change irreversibly. I wondered what she would say, but I could barely bring myself to meet her eyes.
Immortal. Don't make jokes about that when you've been shot.
Do you see a wound? Only blood. I'm sorry about that.
I don't need apologies when you've been hurt, but you're right. There's no wound.
I always did say that I'm older than you think. I've been alive for a very, very, very long time. I don't age, I don't die, I wound so quickly, as if they were not inflicted upon me at all. I alone am stagnant in this world. If you shoot me, I'll get back up again, as if nothing had happened. I know you keep a knife on you. Chop off my fingers, you'll see what I mean. Small harms that were in clear violation of the wholeness of my body tended to be resolved faster. That was not to say I like it to be hurt.
I'd rather not chop off your finger. I believe you. After all, there is no wound.
She traced the hole that the bullet left in my clothes again, before pulling her hand away.
Who are you, Olga?
I'm Olga. Just Olga. Vasilica Nikolai.
Call me Nico. Calling me with my given name and petting him like that must be tiring.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Nikolavna. Nico. The emotion that hit me then was relief. You don't mind?
Rather, I'm curious.
you.
Does that mean you have magical powers?
I'm just pitifully long-lived. Livid. I have no magical powers, as much as I would love to fly in the sky like a bird or breathe fire like a dragon. I'm rather alright without breathing fire.
Can the gift of immortality be shared with another?
No. I shook my head decisively. But I did not know.
There's a myth from the East that if you eat the liver of an immortal, you'll also gain eternal life. How did you become immortal?
There's the cannibalism. There was no livers, no magical pill. One day I don't know.
I'm surprised I've never heard of a real immortal before.
But you have. Yuri the ruler, the sage of the great blessed. The sage of the great blessed. What? The sage
Blessed
of
his
the
rule.
great blessed his rule. I can't. My English comprehension is great.
You're okay.
The sage of the great blessed his rule. That's a popular line, no?
Olga, you're not particularly sage-like. For one, you lack the wrinkles.
I'm sorry to say that I'm only old on the inside. Start with, I was still young when Uruk came to rule. Vasa, that is, Vasilisa the Great, was the one who found me. I chose to serve her heirs as their advisors. Most of them, at least. Until now.
Not anymore?
I shook my head. Thinking back on my long life, I wondered if its entirety had been for the imperial family. Since the day I lost death, I had dedicated myself to their line of rulers. I knew nothing else. Ravasa had no regrets. But what about the others? Having learned this, would you prefer me leave?
No, you're Olga. Just Olga. Isn't that right? There's no reason for you to go, unless there's somewhere else you want to be. Stay a while longer. This is also your home.
Then I will.
We should probably move before those police come back, right?
Yeah, probably.
Spent the rest of the day cleaning that mess left behind by the intruders. Not moving. You know, the smart thing. I guess it'd be a bit much to move, but still. Hassle. It took a few days to finish repairing what was broken. Afterwards, Nico shared her thoughts on why the Ithra police had raided her house.
We print a little paper called the Workers' Cause, which, along with other publications, we've been distributing to striking workers across various cities. The proletariat is where the societal change will come from.
I do worry for you, Nico.
But it's worth it. How can I ask the world to change if I won't take risks? I foresee a violent revolution, wherein blood will inevitably be shed.
What need is there for blood to be shed now? There's no need for a revolution.
Do you think that violence is wrong?
Power has always centered around the control of force, blood, and steel. Violence is a means to an end. A means that should not be, but often is. There are times when it is wrong, and times when it is not. Right or wrong is no more than a person's selfish perspective. It's wrong, but there are times when I cannot help but see it as right. To me, a violent revolution in this day is not right. Yet, Vasa's conquest was right. I would never doubt that. I return the question to you. Do you think that violence is wrong?
No, as you say, it is simply the law of might.
The days continued to pass. Before I knew it, a full year had gone by. One day, she did not return home. It was not that she had never been out for multiple days before, but she usually let me know ahead of time. I waited for Nico, day after day, until a full week had passed. Finally, I headed outside and quickly bumped into a neighbor. Excuse me.
Oh my, you're the girl staying at Olyanova's home.
I haven't seen her at all this last week. Do you know where she might be?
She was arrested a week ago, and she was just shipped off to Siberia today. Dear me, I do wonder what she was up to.
I see. Thank you for the information. I exchanged pleasantries with the neighbor in a daze before returning home. Although relieved that Nico had not gotten herself killed, I berated myself for not even knowing about her arrest. Suddenly, the house seemed terribly empty. What was it about being a shelter in a blink of an eye? I murmured my grievances to no one at all. I stayed at her home until I received a letter. From there on, we agreed to stay in touch with letters, and I left the shelter that she provided me for good. Nico, I'm happy to hear that Siberia has been treating you well. Do take care to keep your behavior on the down low so that you do not get in any more trouble than you have already. I hear that the game in Siberia is particularly tender. Consider getting out for a hunt. You can make yourself as much pelmeni, insert word here, as you would like. Yours, Olga.
Dear Olga, the years in exile have passed quickly. I'm currently writing from Kitse, but I see that you're not on the other end of the empire. Things have changed much, and yet not at all. Have you heard of the changes in the ministries as of late? You must have, as they're all over the papers. And not just papers of my own making. Not that I have been so involved in such. Jolpin was assassinated just the past week, and many of his fellows have been dismissed from their offices. I will not bespeak my opinions on them. I only worry about who will take their place, especially with the trouble stirring on the continent. But I should ask you how your vacation is going. Think not too much of difficult things such as these, and tell me more about your trip. Vasilisa Nikolaevna Ulyanova.
Nico. It was very nice to see you again after so long. It reminds me again how large the empire is, that we would both be in the same nation, yet miss each other time and time again. How many times have we actually seen each other face to face in the past few years? Answer not my question. That was rhetorical, and you know it. I enjoy our exchange of letters well enough, but I always do enjoy speaking with you face to face, seeing your face. I do hope that you obtain the same joy from my voice and face, else I would have to hide away forever, like a real sage. I'll be in Karelia soon. The scenery is beautiful there. Perhaps we may see each other soon. Olga.
Dear Olga, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet again soon. It is for no fault of yours, but rather mine alone. As you say, I'm prone to getting in trouble. I'll miss Muscovy. but I suspect that my next few years will be spent abroad on the continent and elsewhere. I'll be in Gaul when this letter arrives you. Perhaps you will find it in you to travel. Vasilisa Nikolaevna Ulyanova.
Nico. I would smack you if I could right now. Olga. Fuck you! God! What a letter
Oh,
to
these
send!
two are so tragic.
What a fucking
Oh.
letter to send! Or smack you. That's the sentence. That's the whole letter.
Olga. A prince from Oster was shot in one of the Empire's allied nations. It seems that Oster's responsive invasion is triggered a cascade of responses from the rest of the continent. It's just my luck to be in Oster at this moment. I mislike this net of alliances, and this war that will inevitably spring from this conflict. By the time you receive this letter, will the Emperor have already declared? Stay safe. Vasilisa Nikolaevna Ulyanova.
Nico. Yes, you are right. This is a response to what you asked before. There's a sense of national fervor around the war, at least right now. I hope that we are prepared for this conflict. Olga.
Olga. I am alive. I hope that we are not too concerned with the lack of news from my end. As a citizen of Muscovy, I was naturally under suspicion by the government of Oster. Much to my chagrin. I was detained for a while. The socialists in Oster support the war effort, which goes against the resolutions that the party made in the past few years. I wonder if this war will ultimately be yet another imperialist one. I may be stuck in Oster for a while longer, but I intend to return when I can. Vasilisa Nikolaevna Ulyanova.
Nico. I have cut out and pasted what you said before in this piece of paper. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Olga. Oh, that's what you just cut
Those
out.
are her words.
I see.
Yeah.
And so, nearly 15 years flew by. I received a telegram from Nico, along with 2 tickets for an opera in a familiar theater in Kidets. She said to me that she would be returning to Muscovy soon. The subject of the opera was Vasilisa the Great. Yes. Vasa, the one who saved me. Vasa, the one who I pledged it my entirety to. Vasa, she who was my world. I still miss it her. The stories that people told of her in this age were myths that no longer resembled her enough for me to find solace in them. Thinking of her, I could not help but reminisce on the world of the past that seemed so much simpler. The day I met her was also in winter. The me of that time was an inconsequential girl whose entire world was the village that she grew up in. That day started with a little mishap wherein I found myself lost in the woods. Why I had gone out in the morning was no mystery to me. A memory lost to the void. All I remembered was that I had left the village and walked far enough the wilderness to be unable to find my way back home. There, I met a hag. Her face, the details of her presence, I could no longer remember those things. For whatever reason, I asked her if she knew the way back to the village. In response, she handed me a coin and bade me hold it under my tongue. She told me to walk forward with coin under tongue for 1,000 steps. Confused as I was, I followed her instructions. When I arrived at home to the village, I opened my mouth and found that the coin had disappeared. It was not merely gone from beneath my tongue, but gone from my mouth altogether. I had no recollection of swallowing it. it had disappeared, as if it had melted away. I forgot about the mysterious coin soon enough as I continued about my day. At noon, a group of raiders massacred the village. I died. First time I died. I woke up in a pit filled with corpses, cold limbs entangled in my own, blood and meat mixed with a slurry. If it were not winter, we would have already begun to rot. I mixed it together with the congealed meat liquid, used it to be my neighbors. Somewhere within it were the people who used it to be my parents. My hair turned white that day, but how would I have known? Even if I look at my hair, it would surely have been stained red, brown that day. Dead, I stared up at the sky. I was dead. Yet I was not dead. I did not understand that because I could not believe I was still alive. I simply stayed in that pit, staring up at the sky as my body grew colder and colder. As if to cover up the tragedy, snow began to fall along with the sunset. The sound of horse steps approached. Soon I heard words in a language I knew, so unlike the bar of barbarians that I could not understand. I did not call out to these visitors because I could not. The dead did not speak. I believe it. I had a woman's voice, a beautiful voice, that she would go see the victims of this massacre. Members of their party voiced their disagreement, ignoring their suggestions to jump it into the pit. The expression on her face at that time upon seeing me was joy. That was unadulterated joy, to find someone alive, to find me. She pulled me from the corpses and cradled me in her arms like a treasure, disregarding how dirty I must have been. She was warm, despite the cold metal of her armor. As she held me closer, I could not help but feel that she was so terribly, terribly warm. Because of her, I was alive. She was so warm that I wanted to cry. That was how we first met. She brought me back to her military camp, despite concerns from her subordinates. She nursed me back to health. She was Vasilisa, the one who would become Vasilisa the Great. She was Vasa. I became her shadow, following her around like a lost duckling. She cared for me and asked it for my thoughts on matters despite my ineptitude. I did what I could for her. I wanted to do what I could for her. She liked meat, so I mastered all the meat dishes I could. She needed subordinates, so I learned all I could about war and governments. She had a soft spot for children, even if she did not have any of her own. She had no blood family, but were we not her family? At some point, I'd become a real part of her military camp. Even the others accepted me, if only as something of an odd mascot that the Lady Lord kept around. I didn't mind what they thought of me, I only thought of her. Her dream was to unite these lands, which had yet to be called Muscovy. Her task was to expel the barbaric invaders that threatened to plunder and destroy. Could there be anyone in this world more suited to do so? I thought not, and surely even God thought not. She was a woman with no equal, on horseback. Her skill with the sword matched masters, and her skill with the spear had no match. She was not so good with a bow and arrow, but that mattered not. The barbarians fell to her army like dominoes. Rebellious princes came under her fold quickly enough. Along the way, she adopted a son, Rurik, and became her heir, as she had no intention of stopping her conquest to bear a babe. No, a child was never even part of her plans. I vividly remembered the day she told me her dream, the day I made my oath to her.
I have come to make this land one entirely with my hands. No longer will its people bleed to barbarians and the whims of its fool princes. No, it will be mine and mine alone. I can already see the end of this path of mine. They will bend the knee or be conquered through blood. And then, there will be an empire. What do you think, my beloved Olga? Will it come to fruition?
It will. It surely will. It was a winter day. Light snow fluttering down from the sky in a location that was not of particular note aside from her presence. I bent my knee and vowed to her. I swear on my everything, this sacred oath, that I will serve you with all I can muster in this body of mine. I am your loyal servant. Your empire will be whole and sustained by eternity in prosperity. Their heirs will inherit nothing but glory. All of your wishes will be my wishes. My lord, my liege, you are the one who will unite these lands. I am in my entirety yours. Vasa was born to rule. But she died. The empire was nearly unified. Her campaign was almost done. Then she was shot down with a poisoned arrow. As she lay dying, she asked for me to look after her empire and to assist her heir Rurik. He should have taken that arrow for her instead. Voicing not that thought aloud, I promised her that I would do everything for her, anything at all. I would give her my everything, but I could not save her. She died soon after, and I wept for an eternity. Now, as I stood outside the opera house, I contemplated to myself that I was the only person left in the world who knew Vasa. Nico wasn't able to make the show, still stuck in Oster for a while longer, but having tickets already in hand, I decided to come without her. Hey, Lena! Good morning. It is now 4 a.m. for you. Good morning. Why is it 4
Hey,
a.m.?
welcome to the stream.
We're doing well, Lena. We had to go to sleep. It's time for... It's Yuri time. It's Yuri time. Everyone's favorite time of day. Oh, look, familiar face.
Oh my god.
As I was about to go in, I noticed that a man harshly tugging the arm of a young woman near the entranceway. They seemed to be arguing with hushed tones, the girl unable to get away from the man. I frowned and approached it. Seeing as neither noticed me, I discreetly kicked his shin. He let out a yelp of pain, releasing the girl. I took that moment, gently pulled the girl away and inserted myself between the two. Excuse me, it's ungentlemanly to grab a lady like that. He glared at me and opened his mouth to yell it, only to be noticed that all eyes in the vicinity were not focused on the three of us. Not wanting to draw more attention to it, he spat out a quiet expletive and entered the opera house with a huff. I turned to the girl. Something about her seemed familiar, but it had been a long time since I was last in Kit.
Thank you.
Her eyes widened as she saw my face. You're welcome. Forgive me for interjecting myself into your conversation. That person was...
Um, he was a blind date arranged by my parents, but he was, as you could see, not the most compatible. He has the other ticket to our booth, so I suppose I won't see the show today.
I noticed her fiddling with her fingers and nervously. I have a spare ticket for a private box myself. My friend wasn't able to make it today, so would you like to join me? And my suggestion, she instantly perked it up. For a moment, she looked like a little rabbit who was just given a carrot treat.
Really?
Of course. I reached into my jacket pocket to retrieve it 2 tickets and show them to her.
And if I may intrude on your opera box.
We entered the opera house together and made our way to the private booth. I had been surprised that Nico had given the rather expensive tickets. Got the rather expensive tickets, but I understood that it was to address my personal preferences. Now it seemed to have come in handy. We took our seats, overlooking the stage. The view was nostalgic. I had not returned it to get it in a while now.
I haven't asked your name yet, my savior.
My name is Olga.
Olga? Just Olga.
Yes, just Olga. And you?
I'm Katusha. Just Katusha.
What she gave me was just a given name, a diminutive even. I did not bother prying for more. Her name was just like my little princess's. I hadn't thought of that girl in a long time, and wondered if she had grown into someone like this young woman.
Jeez, I wonder.
Yes,
I wonder if she's grown. Golly.
Golly gee, I wonder what she looks like. Maybe she's
I
wearing
wonder
like
what she's up to right now. I
maybe she's
wonder
wearing
if she
like
likes
some
opera.
red ribbons or something, yellow ribbons or something. Maybe some green. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's still having trouble getting like a prince to figure out stuff with.
Maybe. I contemplated that they could be one and the same, but the chances seemed low the princess would be out and about here in particular. And for the emperor to pair his daughter with someone like that man outside? Foolish. Before long, the opera started. This particular telling started with the character Vasilisa as a girl. The first act followed her beginning a journey of gathering compatriots as the staple character, Sage Witch. It was not very accurate, but entertaining enough. It was filled with dramatics, romances, tribulations for faith, and sorts of things, but that didn't quite exist. Soon enough, the first half ended, and the intermission had arrived. Neither Katusha nor I had to get up.
The lead singer's very pretty.
She is, although she did resemble her role very much.
Really?
It can't be help it with how much time had passed since the time of Vasilisa the Great.
She was my favorite. Vasilisa the Great, I mean. I liked her since childhood.
Why?
Because someone I liked her.
They had
Yeah, oh,
good
sorry.
taste.
She does. Do you like opera, Olga?
Yes, well enough. I enjoy the music and the stories, and fond of them even if their depictions of historical events would make a historian weep. I haven't had a chance to watch one in a while, but I suppose opera doesn't change. Do you?
I haven't seen many, but I think I like them now.
I'm happy to hear that. This one's is still long from finish it after all. So if you don't like it, I don't know if you could sit for another 2 hours. They say that the intermission is the best time to excuse yourself. Not that it particularly matters with the private box. She shook her head.
No, I like it. The music is wonderful and the story is moving, even if not entirely correct, but that may be how adaptations are. Like the Sage Witch, she...
Looks very sweet and reminiscent so far. I remember who description. Oh, yeah. Looks at
yeah.
content warnings. Where's this going?
Yeah, sorry, the content warnings are a little, you will get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. We already seen death. And
Yeah, we
revolution.
have seen her get chopped up and drowned and all kinds of fun stuff.
We've vaguely seen age gap.
Yeah, we watched this character grow up
Yeah.
because she's an immortal.
Mhm.
Oh god.
This is written by Shinoki. If you've read Who is the Red Queen, published by Sri Lina, it's free. That's the same person. I believe. It should be. If I'm fucking that up, that'd be very funny. I'm gonna double check now before I shoot myself in the foot. Yes, it is. Who is the Red Queen? Same person who made that one.
I like the writing so far.
It's real good. Shino is great. Writes many good ones.
No, never mind. Do you have any recommendations for opera?
I paused to think. The Inheritance of Rurik. That particular telling of the story of Rurik the ruler was controversial, but I found it highly entertaining. People needed to let him suffer a bit of embarrassment after all these years. Then, I rattled off a few other names that I enjoyed. Ilanta Eugene Ulnedin Orestia is no maiden. I have yet to be disappointed by anything performed here. You could come here again if you liked, and you could come again, and you'd likely find a quality show even without curating it. Of course, without any unpleasant suitors of yours. With the intermission ending, the opera resumed. The rest of the opera covered a long span of military campaigns, condensed into 2 hours. It came to an end with the death of Vasila the Great, and the start of Rudik's reign. A sort of exhaustion fell over me, looking at the actress play the role of dying. I was glad that the woman was on stage looked nothing like Vasa at all. The curtain fell, and the audience began to leave.
And we meet again.
I didn't know. Only if we happen to meet again. Nika arrived at Inkit a week after our planned meeting date. Our first time seeing each other again in a while turned it into an invitation to a discussion group. Perhaps in a particularly good mood seeing her again, I agreed. Here I was. I did not know anyone at the gathering, so I sat alone in a corner to listen to Nico speak.
Comrades, have you seen the conditions of the factories in Kitse? It has been mere days since I arrived, yet to my horror what I saw was far worse than I was told. The workers forced to labor for the war machine are given little in wages and even less in rations. They have no rest nor joy, only exploitation from the above. They are so harshly punished for striking that it becomes clear that the bourgeoisie sees them as no more than slaves. The European war has been raging for now 3 years. Each day it becomes clearer that any justifications given are no more than capitalist destruction. That the war is a fight between robbers, quarreling over who may plunder, suppress, and enslave, profit from the blood of the people.
Wow! Capitalism in our Yuri?
Yep, it is about right before Soviet era
Yep.
Russia. Those who have fallen in battle, those who have starved and are starving, they will not fall in vain. But this farce must go on no longer. This war must end. Following it will be proletarian revolution.
Although not all attendees agreed with Nico's every word, I found a large number nodding along to her with a fanatical light in their eyes. Their talks continued until they called for a break. After chatting privately with a few members of the group, Nico came over to my corner.
How are you feeling, Olga? You've been quiet this whole time.
I just don't have much to say here.
Would you like me to have someone send you home?
No, it's alright. I did want to spend time with her, having finally reunited. It was only a question of how. Ooh.
Okay, we can make a save here.
Yeah, we got for our
First time we
choice,
had a
our
choice in the
first
whole
choice,
game.
Yeah. There are four
Only took,
endings
what,
of this game, so like,
2.5 hours?
yeah. But my favorite part of reading visual novels out loud is the fact that this many time is never correct for if you're reading out loud on stream,
Oh lord, no.
because it's 2 to 3 hours and it is nearing the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah, it's nearing the 2 to 3 hour mark, and I don't think we're even halfway through.
There are 4 major endings. You've gotten the first choice just now. So what do you think?
First choice, 2.5 hours in.
Branching path. Okay. There's 4 endings.
Oh, God.
Yes. 2 for each, I assume. So what are we feeling, Mimi?
I would have pulled her away.
I'm gonna pull her away.
I like the one-on-one personally, but that's up to you.
Well, no, I bet you like to be pulled away.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, murder is okay. Lena! No! Murder is not okay. Do not. I took her hand and began to pull her away. I started walking. Where to? I had not decided, but I wanted to bring her somewhere else. I still owe you a night at the opera.
Did you enjoy the show?
I did.
Tonight doesn't seem like a good night for going to the opera house, but it's been a long talk. Shall we go out for a walk together and catch up, Olga?
I nodded.
Let's call it here today, comrades.
After she called it out to her compatriots, she left the discussion place together with me. A gust of cold wind hit us as we stepped outside. The sun had set, the moonlight and streetlights reflected off the snow on the ground. Perhaps the layers on the ground was insufficient for the skies. A new flurry of snowflakes began to fall.
It's almost Christmas, huh?
Do you have any plans?
No, I haven't started believing in the Lord again in the last decade. So it'll just be another day. Oh,
sorry.
Speaking of, you've never had anyone mistake you for someone holy?
No. I'm happy not to have strange worshippers. And the church didn't particularly like me, especially in those times when they were trying to wrestle their power with the emperor. Wrestle their power with the emperor.
I can imagine that.
We walked around, looking at the scenery of the city.
It's chilly today.
You should wear your jacket normally for once. Is it? We can go inside somewhere, and you can put your fucking jacket on. I forgot my phone. Your jacket on normally.
Like some.
She can put something somewhere. That's all right.
Oh, if I left click at the screenshot. Oh, that was a text.
Mm.
Oh, please give. That's a girl. That's a girl. This is a lady. This is a lady.
Yeah, this
Lena.
is a girl.
This is
Yeah,
a
she's
lady.
just androgynous looking.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, her name is Vasilisa Nikolaevna Oyonova, or Nika.
Lena. What? It's Sapphic
She's a school
Sunday,
teacher and
not
revolutionary.
straight man Sunday.
Yeah, no, there's no straight men here.
Well, there were. They're assholes.
Yeah, I mean there was. Yeah, both the straight men sucked, and they're
Mm.
villains. So
Though. Is it? You can go inside somewhere else. Somewhere.
the cold wakes me up, so I don't mind walking some more.
We passed it by a snowman that was more a pile of snow than a little man.
This reminds me of when I was a child. I was good at building snowmen, and even better at kicking down my brothers.
Oh, I hit by a cart one time when I was a child, by the way.
Yeah, oh, a carriage actually. When my mother got mad at me, I thought that I could build an igloo and live in it. I miss her a bit.
My girlfriend isn't yeah, definitely. Nico's reminiscing. Nico's remaining family was gone now. Her mother to age and her sister to disease. She was in exile on the continent. So I helped it to deal with this estate when it happened. It's really in the Soviet era. Wow. Yep. It's 1905. Actually, no, it's past 1905 now.
Vasilisa the igloo builder. I said I would be.
My guess is probably. I'm just gonna assume 1910 or something around that time. It's been at
Maybe.
least a
No,
year.
probably a little. Yeah, maybe around that time actually.
It was
Yeah,
1905 last we
It was
checked.
1905 earlier, so it's been
That's how long
couple
she's been gone
years.
for, right?
yeah.
Yes.
It's around 1910. Yeah, probably.
19 something. 1910 something. Who knows? Not me.
I had a lot of dreams as a child. There was a time when I wanted to be a priest, and a time when I wanted to be a poet. Growing up now, I'm neither.
I can't see you as a priest at all. A blasphemous one, maybe.
I was a pretty good child, you know. Pious and diligent. Always to church on time. I don't believe now, but there was a time. Does that mean you could see me as a poet?
You could be. You would be bored if not. If that was all you were. It's not as if you cannot write poetry now.
I'll write you a poem at some point then. I haven't since university. So you're not allowed to laugh at it.
I will look forward to something from Master Poet Nico.
Did you have any childhood aspirations, Olga?
Not die. What was it like as a child? Being killed by barbarians.
She did get her head like
Can't
hacked
remember.
clean off by barbarians. Yeah.
No, I think she got. I don't think she got hacked by them. She just died. Not really describe how she died though.
Yeah.
I can't remember any childhood dreams. Perhaps if I had any at all, it would be nothing more than to be happy.
Are you happy?
I wonder. I took her hand, discovering how cold her fingers were. She hadn't even put on gloves.
Please be normal.
Demo available now.
It's warm up. Let's warm up and get you a meal. I pulled her to a restaurant where we had a nice hot meal and talked it a while longer. I decided to stay in Kittitz for a while, to move it into an apartment that I intended to rent for at least some months, if not a year. The city had not changed much.
It's crazy to think that we've seen both of these people like literally as like young, like itty bitty children and watched them grow up throughout the game, and now it's like now they're both romance
To be
interests.
fair, we saw about probably like a month's worth of like
Yeah.
we saw Nico in passing twice, and then also kind of
And then we
other in
yeah.
passing.
And we saw
yeah.
Katusha?
Katusha.
We saw her a couple times, but like
Mhm.
it feels like a lot more time has passed than they're telling us, because
Definitely.
the whole like Christmas
Yeah,
party
going from
when she was a
child
kid.
to near adulthood is interesting because they said it's been a year since she drowned.
Yeah, because she died right after. I guess. Okay, so I don't know. I assume.
Because it's
It's
been
weird.
a year since like this time, since like Christmas, and then she woke up in a coma for a year, and the little girl is now an adult and is a school
Yeah.
teacher.
Now, granted, it took multiple years with her talking to. Okay, I don't know. It's strange because it had been a year since. Like, okay, so what I assume happened is they didn't update the model, but like a couple years had passed since the initial run-in with Nico before she got hit by the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
And during the Christmas party was like, I'd say she was probably the princess is around like 16 maybe. And then you gotta remember she died, a year passed, and then now a couple years have passed where she's just been with Nico,
Mm-hmm.
who we assume is probably a bit older than the princess, and was when they started living
Mhm.
together. Then when Nico moved out and had some years of like being that like abroad revolutionary, we know that Olga was just kind of around, but now she's seeing the princess again, who's probably around like 18, 19-ish, 20, I don't know.
But
It's presumably been around 5 years since
Mhm.
she originally woke up. So, and then she died for a year. So it's been like 6 years since she saw the princess last, in theory.
in theory, think hydrate.
So she's
awesome.
probably like a normal adult now, but it's still a little weird.
Yeah, the main thing that is weird is Nico's growth progression.
Yeah,
That's
because
the
Nico,
thing that
if
is
she is the
weird.
girl who was gonna get hit by the carriage, it's really strange
Unless
that
it
like
wasn't her and it just looks like her.
that would be really strange too.
Yeah.
But I feel like the reason that like they gave the kid like
Yeah.
they look identical, and she's one of the only characters that has like an actual sprite.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I assume it's gotta be Nico.
Mm-hmm.
We never learned the kid's name either.
Never. I don't think we did.
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something. That's the weird time thing that doesn't make sense to me. Is how within a year, the girl went from a child to a school teacher.
I assume they probably just were drawn looking younger than they probably were canonically.
Probably.
But yeah, no, she was a school teacher, and so I think there was probably more than a year that passed between the carriage incident and the Christmas party.
Maybe.
But we just weren't told much about that.
I don't know. Cause when did she left to walk after the talk, right? With the emperor.
Yeah, after the talk she had had with the emperor, or
What
he
did
no,
he
because he had thought more about things she had said
Yeah.
before she went out and tried to save the kid. So no, really, it would have been. There's no way that any more than a year has passed between when she. That's so weird.
What did he say? He said he had think. It's,
Yeah.
It was near. It was
there's
like
Katusha.
mid-December when the game started, kind of, right?
Yeah.
It got to Christmas, and he was thinking about it.
It was mid-December, and then it was December of the following year when she woke up.
It's
So
a
we're
recent
looking at-
argument. It's a recent argument, so that means it's the same
Yeah.
month. It's the same month and year.
So literally, okay, so go look at the fucking carriage scene real quick if you can.
I can't get there. One last one, then. Here.
Yeah. So a year passes between this and then her looking like she
Yeah.
does now.
From that, let me save here for a second.
Doesn't seem
From
right.
this
To this. I don't feel like they have the same color eyes. Hold on. go
no,
back.
they don't.
Okay, then
This
it's
is
probably
gray
not the
eyes.
same.
I think it's just
gray.
coincidence.
I guess
I think
it
it looks
probably
like
just.
I think it's a random girl with a sprite.
It's so
maybe.
strange.
Could just be a random girl with a sprite because they don't get a name for her ever. Right? In theory.
No, yeah, we never get.
The mother didn't say a thing at all. Oh, this is the girl. This is the lady. This is the random child with the sprite. Okay.
Yeah, I
Sure.
have no clue. But I mean, within that, like, I guess within a couple years of time, the princess herself has gotten so big. I just
Yeah.
bleh.
The princess makes a
weird.
bit more sense because I assume it's been at least
Yeah,
at
it's
least
been
like
years that we've been with
more than
the
1 year since
yeah,
we've
with
seen that
Nico.
and her since this time with this letter passing back and forth. No,
I
that's
guess
not
it's just
Evelyn.
weird.
No, that's not Evelyn from Heart of the Woods. You're playing too much Heart of the Woods. Stop. No.
Well, anyways,
But yeah, that's the only bizarre part is this if this is the same girl, that makes no sense. The princess makes
which
some is better
feels like what's
sense.
they're implying,
Yeah, that's right.
but
That's just the implication. But you don't suddenly grow green eyes. So that's
no,
the
but I
confusing
mean, they
part.
could have turned from kind of like a dimmer gray to a brighter green.
Yeah, maybe. And
Maybe. Yeah.
well, but maybe we'll get to that. Maybe we
Maybe they'll
won't.
mention that.
Who fucking knows? Not me, that's for sure. Weeks passed easily, as time always did. I was walking around the city center during the day when a mass suddenly crashed into my behind, throwing me off balance. Before I could fall, I was pulled into someone's arms.
I'm sorry.
The arms let go of me, and I turned to see who was behind me.
I've been looking for you, Olga.
I've seen different to observe, but I think the eyes green. You sure? They looked gray to me. See, we're looking at the eyes again. You're close look.
I can see a hint of green, but they look pretty gray.
Yeah. You better look at it here. Yeah, here.
Those are pretty gray.
Those are pretty
I could see a hint
gray.
of green in them, maybe. But her hair is also a little like brighter.
Yeah,
But
that-
again, people's
yeah, the
you
hair tends
know,
like slightly changing
yeah.
color-wise, but usually it goes
mine
darker
did when I grew
as
up,
opposed
yeah.
to lighter in age, right?
Mine got lighter.
Yours did? Mm.
Yeah, mine went
Okay.
from nearly black to kind of a reddish brown now.
Okay. Because
So
I know
mine's
with
gotten lighter
blondes,
over
people
the years.
usually go from like a vibrant blonde to a more browner blonde usually. as they
I've
get
seen a
old.
couple of people in my family do the inverse though,
Okay.
where their hair started out as really dark and then went really pale as they got older.
Interesting.
And that's most of what my family did. So that's what happened to me is I went from
Okay.
kind of like a brown, very nearly almost black to a brown kind of reddish.
Okay. It's like I could excuse the hair color. That's fine. It's just like
Yeah.
the eyes are what kind of throws me off. You know?
In all fairness, people in my family's eyes changed too.
Really?
Yeah, no, my mom's eyes changed as she got
Okay,
older, as did my dad's.
That's not Evelyn. Wondering who Evelyn is. Okay, let's see. Can I pull up Harley with Evelyn?
It just doesn't feel like there's enough of. It doesn't feel like there's enough time between these sections for her to have changed that much.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the only thing that's confusing. That actually, I can see the Evelyn kind of, Lena, but no, it's not. That's not Evelyn. Thank God that's not Evelyn from Heart of the Woods, because the word.
It's random side character number 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a picture of who Evelyn is.
Yeah, let me
It's
take
from a different Yuri vision novel.
Let me see.
I can kind of see it. Very vaguely.
Oh my, yeah, no, I see the I
Very
see the
vaguely,
resemblance
yeah.
actually in the silhouette.
Oh no, not Evelyn. I know, Possum. It's Evelyn, run! Time skip is confusing. Yeah,
Yeah, the time skip's weird, but it makes sense because she's like kind of like an immortal, so she doesn't keep great track of time. She just kind of is like, I think a couple days passed, and they're like, it's been 6 months.
the thing is, it's
blurs
confirmed it's
together
been
for
a
her.
year though, because
Yeah,
Nico tells her
After
what
she
year it
dies,
is,
it's confirmed.
and it's been
Holy
a year
shit!
time
Wait,
wise.
look at the save.
Yeah.
Look at the save. Act 1921.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay,
Oh, what the? I didn't realize that at all. That's
so they're
Right.
time stamped. Okay.
okay. That's cool. Huh?
So yeah, that is guaranteed. That is 1904 that she was saved from the
1904,
carriage,
and
and
it's been
then
a year.
1905 we see. So I don't think they're the same person at all.
Yeah.
I just think this is just a red herring to throw us off.
Yeah. It's like here we are. It literally tells us the date in a hot second.
Yep, and she goes, you know, what year is it?
Here.
1905. There is no way that she changed between.
Yeah, that is not that cannot be
and the
her
previous
in
one.
a year.
They
That
cannot be
cannot
the
be her
same
within a
person.
year.
Maybe that's her little sister
Yeah,
that
that
died
was
to
my
disease.
guess if that was
Yeah.
rated, but why did they give
Jesus.
the kid a random a sprite is what I'm confused
Yeah.
about. Why give the random pedestrian girl a sprite
The only
and have her
characters that have
throw her
had
in
sprites
two
so far
times?
is Olga, Vasa, Katusha, Nico, Random Child, and the Emperor. That's it.
Yeah. That's what's confusing me. Why is the child of confusing importance introduced as
Maybe
if it's
she's a
supposed to be
recurring
the
character,
other?
and that's why.
Maybe, but I don't know. There's only 2 love interests.
Yeah, but the Emperor's here, and he's a recurring character,
yeah.
so he has a sprite. And so I think it's because she has a lot of dialogue scenes, they decided to put effort into giving her a sprite.
She doesn't say a single word though.
No, but she's used twice in the story.
I guess it's just the word. She's matches. By
Yeah,
matches.
Yusupov doesn't have a sprite either.
Yeah.
You know, she got the matches. She's got it's to show that like Olga's a good person.
I
and,
guess.
she's like
It
a
just feels
nice
bizarre
lady and
to
all
give
that. But
random
it's just
child
a very
number 5
strange.
is Sprite.
Yeah.
And no one else of other plot relevance.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Throws people off a little, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But so far so good.
That's really confusion, but besides that, I'm glad you noticed the fucking timestamp because I would not have seen that at
Yeah,
all.
it's 1921.
Yeah, this makes more. This makes definite sense.
This makes
though.
a lot more sense between 1904
Yeah.
when we last saw her. You know, we're looking at like 17 years passing.
Mm-hmm.
She's like a grown-ass adult now.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense because she was like a little kid at that point. They called her like a kid,
Mhm.
and so she's probably like 8 back then or whatever.
I recognized the sheepish young woman who I hadn't seen since the opera. Lucia.
Yes.
Just call out to me normally next time.
Mm-hmm. I'll remember that.
What did you want me for?
Would it be alright if I just wanted to spend time with you, Olga?
I'm highly expected to just slip into the old nickname at some point.
Yeah. Is it not?
It's alright. We're not doing anything interesting today. I'm taking a walk with no particular goals right now. I'm not sure a young woman like you would be interested.
I like walking.
Really?
To a normal extent. I mean, I'm walking right now, so... God, she wants her
That you
so
are.
bad. Sorry.
Dumb
Oh
bad.
God, sorry. She's so one of the first things she says is, "I have taste. I'd marry."
Lily, one of her conversation she had as a child is that she would marry Olga.
Yeah, she was
I will
crushing
marry
on her
you.
fucking
What is
yeah, on her
marriage?
advisor.
I love Olga's like, what is she talking about?
Yeah, Olga's
What
like,
is
"Oh God,
marriage?
what's she on about
What are you
again?"
fucking talking about, girl?
Oh God, she wants her
It's
so
fucking
bad.
funny. Well, come along if you wish. I shall mind company on this walk. I resumed walking, and she followed. As we strutted through the city, I could not help but overhear some conversations.
Did you hear the Princess Ekaterina slept with her lady in waiting? She forced her. That's what the evening paper said.
Damn! She's
Damn,
really dumb bad. She's really dumb bad.
really sad lesbian.
Scandalous. Why am I Spanish? Scandalous. No wonder the lady in waiting was dismissed. I heard that she was threatened and the princess is still keeping her in some deviant villa.
Must be foreign blood in her. The Empress is still as German as the day she married into the imperial family.
Why are you Australian? Haven't you heard the rumors that she's sealing Muscovy out of Oster? The Emperor ought to do something about it. Frowning at the gossip, I noticed that Kadusha's face seemed a little pale, perhaps having heard some
something unsavory in the chatter, and quickly move it along. It was a very handsome, the word one line. Which one? There were... huh? Hardcore World War One line, indeed. We went somewhere quieter. We're British.
Did you hear what they were saying? How rude.
Yeah. People are always want to have opinions on things they don't know about, especially their rulers. Although, to be so open about it in public is... It does say some things about the subjects of the rumors. Staring at the subject of the rumors?
Yeah. The princess has never had anything with her lady in waiting. That rumor, that scandal, it's something that the tabloids spread.
And you know this how?
The relationship was very pure, even if the princess does like women.
Wait, I'm something real quick. It does. There's the sprites breed.
Yeah.
I noticed it earlier. I just wanted to make sure. None of it matters. But the only thing that truly matters is girls kissing. She likes women? Whoa. She had been a child when I last saw her. It made sense that she would be interested in romance at the age she would be now.
Is that a bad thing?
No. It's fine. As long as she's happy, it's fine.
Unless she's gay.
It's fine. The Emperor would be unhappy to hear that news, but it mattered not what he thought. Princess's life was her own.
And the Empress is as much of a Muscovite as anyone else, even if she was born elsewhere.
You seem invested in the imperial family.
Am I?
Leaning in. I know what you are. A homosexual.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts on them?
Particularly the princess? Any thoughts?
Yeah. Do you think she's pretty or cool or whatever?
Just asking for a friend, you know. No reason at all.
Yeah.
No. I have nothing to do with them now. She seemed disappointed. At most, I watched an opera or two about the historical ones.
Are you interested in historical rulers?
Some of them well enough. I knew them. Some of them. I like it more than others.
Out of recent history, I do rather like Napoleon.
Him. Everyone seems to fancy that Gaul, who tried to seduce the Emperor at the time. At least Gaul was an ally this time.
Seduce the Emperor?
Never mind.
I'm curious. Won't you tell me more?
No.
Drat.
We turned into a rather busy street, which turned it out to be too loud for the two of us to continue our conversation. How convenient! With the
Oh,
crowd
how
squeezing
convenient.
through the street. She moved to walk on the outside to prevent me from getting bumped. That was kind of her. When we finally exited the street, her pretty clothes were covered in dust and a little disheveled. I dusted her off with a sigh. Wow, this is nostalgic.
Oh, it's a parallel to the original scene where she dusted her off with a sigh.
Exactly.
If I want to see you again, where can I find you?
We'll see each other again. If we see each other again. Again, I say to you, as I leave.
I'd like to know where you live.
Whoa! Let's move forward! Let's ask to move in!
Dude, Jesus Christ.
Let's ask the local,
Come on,
the
Katusha.
local fucking servants to move your things in! The U-Hauls! The U-Haul
Yeah,
family.
U-Haul lesbians,
The
Jesus
house
Christ.
of U-Haul. Is that very necessary?
Please, 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 please. I won't do anything untoward with that information.
Just puppy girl energy.
Yeah.
Saying that makes me even more hesitant.
Please. I just want to see you again.
I could not understand why this young lady, this woman, was so fixated on me. However, I didn't seem any ill will from her either. Fence, I can't read. Truly, I don't see what makes me so interesting.
But I'm interested in you. I'm interested in being in you.
Running stream now. Running stream now, guys. Running stream now. Running stream now. Running stream now. We're ending the stream now. She played with.
Goodbye, everybody. It's been a good stream.
Endlessly.
Sorry.
Auto mod held a message back. Smart detection. Word text message by Lena. Gay. How? Why? How is that blocked on my fucking? How is that blocked on my stream? Now of all times, 5 years into me playing Yuri games on stream. Huh?
Automod's looking out for us.
How?
Jesus Christ.
She played with her fingers nervously. I'll only say it once. I told her my address. It would only be fair if you tell me where you live as well, now that I told you my address. The fucking castle up there!
Yeah.
That look conveyed to me that she had not thought this interaction through. I know, right? Possum, how could Automod do this to us?
It's somewhat difficult to say.
Are you homeless? No matter. You also have your circumstances. Jesus. That was loud. Then I heard her stomach rumble. As I glanced at her up and down, her cheeks flushed. We had walked it for quite a while, and I wasn't averse to the idea of having a small bite to eat. It was not yet dinner time, but hours had passed since lunch. What are we thinking? Bread or dessert?
Dessert, she's a sweet toother.
Ah.
It's her favorite.
So you don't want to cook bread? Let's have a snack. No comment?
What did you end up clicking? Sorry.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
No. You're muffled.
So you don't want to get bread?
Still, you're
Oh,
muffled.
you don't want to
when
get
do
bread?
that. Oh. Oh my.
Let's get bread.
Alrighty.
Let's have a snack.
I love that Snowman's been there for years.
It has been there for years.
Lives there now.
I forgot to side street. I remembered a nice cafe was located. Much to my satisfaction, the place was still present where I recall it. Food. I ordered a plate of Saniki for her and a cup of tea for myself. The Saniki, those cheesy pancakes, were the place's specialty. Little princess loved them, filling me with nostalgia.
I wonder who that would be. Jeez, golly.
A plate. They say my hunger's a problem. Plate. They told me to curb my appetite. I can't keep myself from trying a bit of every plate in sight. Plate.
They say my hunger is a problem.
Plate. In the look of Katusha's eyes, the young woman before me shared the little princess's sentiments. I wonder why.
You don't want any?
A cup of tea is enough for me. I'll have a cuppa. Cuppa. Fuck British.
I'll pay you back for this.
You're rich enough for it, sure. I can afford a little dessert. Now dig in before your stomach gets a little upset. She had the first bite and made an expression as if the pancakes with its sweet toppings had melted into ambrosia, in
Ambrosia,
her mouth.
yeah.
I know what ambrosia is. I just could read.
Ever.
Just a second.
You're good.
Just a second, bitch.
Damn, alright.
You like sweets?
I love them.
She had to make it a little appealing.
Are you sure you don't want any?
I'll have a bite. Before I could ask
my.
the waiter for another utensil, Katusha picked up a piece with her fork and held it out to me. My second time being fed by a woman. Wild.
Peek!
I ate it. A light, creamy sweetness spread in my mouth.
How is it?
Quite good.
Would you like more?
No. You can have the rest. It wasn't that I didn't like sweets, but I enjoyed watching her eat it more. I bought it for her, not myself. Adorable. That was the word that came to mind as I watched it. Sitting back, I sip it on my tea and enjoy it a little break. After we finished at our snack, we returned to the main street. The alarm on her pocket watch, ayo, wow, familiar, rang in a familiar jingle. I wonder why. I could not quite place. She looked at the watch in disappointment, but she could not change the eternal passage of time.
I have an appointment soon. I wish I could cancel, but my parents arranged it specifically for today, and... What poor luck.
I suppose you ought to go then.
I'm lucky to have bumped into you today. I even got your address and ate together. Maybe I'm not so unlucky. See you some other time, Olga.
After we parted, I continued strolling aimlessly. Huh?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
That's not good at all.
A bomb. From a
The
bomb
street
factory.
shook. A plume of dust blew by. As the dust cleared, I began to hear screaming and people running away from the source. A streetcar was on fire. To call it merely a fire would be an understatement. Its chassis bent terribly out of shape, as if something had exploded. I weaved through the people trying to get away from the disaster and made my way to the streetcar.
Minister was in there. I mean, in Brooklyn, I don't know why.
Definitely did. Destination. Terrorist.
The smoke grew thick as I came closer to the streetcar. I coughed and pulled my jacket over my mouth, somehow reaching a distance where I could touch the car. I found a young woman's figure pinned underneath a large hunk of metal from the streetcar. Fragments of metal pierced through her torso, and the blood pooled into a puddle like gasoline that had turned it to deep red. I would not have been able to lift the streetcar off of her. Even if I could have, she would not have survived those wounds. She looked at me dazed and smiled.
Did I succeed?
Did you? Of course. I had no answer to her question, as I did not know what she intended to do. A guess of her goal? A guess to her goals? Certainly, I had one. Especially with the chatter I heard on my way here.
Am I in heaven now? Did I I did the right thing. The strange big sister. The one who brought me matches. Mummy, she's here too.
Oh,
This is the girl from before.
This is the girl from
Oh,
before we're
fuck, this
talking
is the
about.
one that we saw.
yeah,
Oh,
okay,
God.
okay. So
Well, here's why she's important.
here's what is important. Wow, it all comes full circle.
She looks exactly the same. We're gonna be a family again in heaven. The Lord provides.
Is 20. Okay, that's over an hour. Jesus. Okay.
I'm glad.
There's a lot to take in. Indeed, it is. Her eyes went glassy. She spoke no more. I could not see her breathing. Letting out a sigh, I reached out and closed her eyes with my fingers. She seemed almost peaceful, as a girl her age should have looked. Before I could do any more, I felt a hand on my shoulder. The police had arrived and forced me away from the scene. The new year passed and very little changed. What did was not for the better. The war efforts were still going poorly. Food rationing had tightened. In these winter months, people starved as they toiled away in the factories. Despite the risks, many turned to striking on the streets. One day, in early January, Katusha came to my apartment to play.
Have you ever been abroad, Olga?
A couple of times.
I want to go overseas to see the world, or see more of the world when everything calms down.
There are many sights to see in Muscovy.
Because you've already seen other countries. You have your opinions, but I haven't even had the chance to see them yet.
I'm sure you'll get a chance to go. I'm surprised that you haven't. Katusha seemed to be from a wealthy family, at the very least.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder what that is.
My parents were always a little overprotective, and then the war started.
Now you're running out of the apartment of a woman. Now you're running out to the apartment of the woman you barely know.
But I do know you. I wish the war would end soon.
I do as well. It seems to be at a standstill, only one that Muscovy is beginning to lose grounds in. Morale is at a low at home. No, I cannot imagine what it might look like on the front.
The Emperor went to the front lines to directly command troops in hopes of boosting morale.
That's not very good.
Why?
What morale will there be if his strategies fail? I'm afraid this would only be viable if he had hope of turning the war around. Otherwise, just leaving issues at home to fester. I rubbed the bridge on my nose, hoping that the Emperor's performance commanding in the front turned out to be passive. He simply was not a warrior, not like his dead brother. That the Empress, a foreigner, who would likely be left in charge in his absence, was another issue. We talked about something else after. A number of days passed without any visitors. Then came it this evening. Nico arrived at my apartment with a bottle of wine in hand.
Ta-da! A bottle of fine wine for the evening and a plan to raid your pantry for snacks.
I took a look at the label in vintage. This is a nice wine.
A treat for your distinguished palate.
I thought about what foods I had at home. The cheese and nuts in the pantry seemed suitable to having together with the wine. Have you had dinner yet?
That I have. Shall I drop by early in the day to have dinner together as well next time?
Matters of mind either way.
Oh,
I'll get it.
are we gonna see both the characters in the same?
Who knows? What's at the
Oh.
door? Wondering if it was a delivery or neighbor in need. Whether it was delivery or neighbor in need, I opened at the door and found an unexpected visitor. Yep.
Olga. Ah, who's this?
A new friend I made in Kiditz recently.
Is that so?
Why are you here so late at night, Kiditz? Yusha looked as if she had been crying just recently.
I wanted to ask you to come somewhere with me, but it looks like you're preoccupied right now.
And looked between Nico and Katusha. Both their expressions were unreadable, leaving me with his decision.
Oh shit.
Where are we
Shit.
going?
Here's the important one.
Where are we going?
I don't have a say.
I don't have a preference.
I don't either. I don't know. I guess we're gonna get all the endings eventually. But,
Oh no, I'm not sure we have time for all the endings, but maybe.
I mean, not today.
Yeah,
But next stream
maybe. If I do
or next time
more
we
of
stream this together.
I mean, odds are,
Yeah.
with how much is left, we might have to do another one to finish the whole game, at least one run.
Probably.
I'm looking at someone's playthrough. There's about an hour left,
Okay.
and we do have a bit of an hour left, but that's not sure how fast they're reading is the thing. I'm looking at
Yeah.
a muted VOD, a muted video of it, so I don't know.
Who do you like more?
I don't know. I like them both. They're both nice.
They're both really pleasant. Yeah.
I don't have I don't have a preference. Hey, Lena, you choose. You're here. Choose for
Yeah.
us.
You know what?
Tell us, Lena. Who are we dating? Who are we dating? It's all on you.
If the stream's fucked up, it's you're our scapegoat. If everything goes wrong from here, it's all your fault.
It's all your fault, Lena. It's all your fault. Katusha? Okay.
Katusha. Okay.
I saved it. Okay, just checking. I turned it to Nico. I hope you don't mind if I handle this first.
No, it's fine.
It's not fine. Wait.
Yeah, very clearly.
Is that? I think so.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Just be sure to come back quickly. Otherwise, I'll enjoy the wine myself.
Don't open it without me. I'm looking forward to it. I have some other bottles in the cabinet if you want to drink first. Cheese, nuts, various other things in the pantry. No fruit, I'm afraid.
Yum.
Then I turned it to Katusha. Let's go then. Where did you want to go?
It's a bit hard to say.
The palace? The palace? The two of us left my apartment and walked down the street, where a carriage, was waiting. We got into the carriage and were dropped off somewhere outside the city proper. I followed Katusha as she led the way. Yep. I soon
Yep.
realized that she was leading me towards the White Palace. Katusha? I didn't want to come here. I didn't want her to do this. I tried so hard not to see what was clearly before my eyes, because it no longer had anything to do with me. I gave up. I really did. I gave up in this generation, but I wanted her to at least let me have that escape. I'm afraid I can't go any further.
Why? No, I think I understand. If someone hurt you, would you ever be able to forgive them?
Both she and I knew that we were not talking in generalities. No, I wouldn't.
Would you hate them?
No,
What would you feel?
nothing more than apathy. That was what I told myself.
Earlier in the war, I served as a nurse as part of the war effort, tending to wounded soldiers and whatnot. How gruesome their wounds were. How terrible it was that they were hurt. Even at that time, I really wished that the war would end sooner. Even though the soldiers were still so proud to fight to defend the motherland, I wished it would end. But it just kept going. That just made me think that the world never goes the way I want it to.
No, it really does. But that is not all the world is. Life has ups and downs.
But I wish the world could go as I wanted.
No war continues forever. It will end sooner or later.
Yes, I do look forward to that, but some things that I wish could have continued forever have already ended.
She took my hand and held it gently, trembling. I said nothing. I did nothing.
Can we meet again tomorrow?
Of course. She pursed at her lips, waiting for me to suggest a location. How about by the opera house at noon? My day will be yours. She nodded.
Do you promise?
I promise. After my promise left my lips, she slowly let go of my hand, with a smile. Why was I reluctant? Lucia had a carriage to call it and sent me back to my apartment. I enjoyed the wine with Miko in the evening. She stayed the night. Despite that, a heaviness lingered in my chest. After Nico departed, I idled at the apartment a while before I headed out to the opera house. Although I thought that I would surely arrive before noon, Katusha had arrived even earlier than myself. Good morning, Katusha.
Olga!
Leered, cheer, fucking hell, cheer, leaked from her voice, as if last night had never been. What would you like to do today? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? She shook her head and tugged at my jacket.
Anywhere with you would make me happy.
We could go watch another opera performance, go to a museum, or find somewhere to have dessert.
Nah. Right, automobiles are a thing now.
First,
It just blanked on me, yeah.
Yeah, there was a fucking car that blew up earlier.
I know there was a car bomb earlier, but it just kind of like now dawned on me, like, holy shit, we went from carriages to fucking bombs now.
Yeah, a fucking black sedan.
Car bombs.
The thing is, there were still carriages. There are still carriages.
There are still
Whichever
carriages,
carriage
but
earlier.
they're mostly like palace things.
Yeah. Hi, Bolivia. Welcome in. Oh, I get your message now. I just understood. Sink your teeth into it because I put cannibalism in the title.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Before she could respond, a black sedan with a visible scratch on its left passenger door rushed towards us and skidded to the side. Hey, look out! A fucking shooter! The door opened. From within, a muscled man darted out to grab Katusha.
I can't do an eek. Sorry.
The fucking tiniest eek came through in Discord.
That's great. That's perfect.
What is it enter in World War One? I guess so. It is. 1922. Cars are there. We have sedans, surely. I don't fucking know. I'm not Russian or from 1922.
The owner of the black sedan, you left your lights on.
I pulled her into the car before I could react. And with the room of the engine, the car was gone from sight. What? Wow.
Well, shit.
we went into kidnapping.
I blame Lena.
Blaming Lena. Damn.
Uh,
I tried to chase, but I could not run faster than a motor vehicle. Although not many people had cars, I did not know who owned what and had no way to identify where the car was going. Well, fuck. Seeing a phone booth nearby, I quickly entered and dialed the only number I could call.
hello?
Nico. My friend from last night. She was just kidnapped by someone in a black sedan with a big scratch on the left passenger door. I wasn't able to get any other identifying features, but I wanted to ask if you had any idea who might own a car like that.
Black sedan with a big scratch in the left passenger door. I think I remember someone complaining about a car like that.
At your fucking talks?
He saw it parked in the Northwest District last week, close to the warehouse. You could go check that out. But your friend, Katusha, was it? Yeah, seems like she's from a good family. The kidnappers will likely ransom her.
Good family understatement.
Unless they intend to make an example out of her, they won't hurt her.
But there is a chance. Thank you, Nico.
You're welcome.
I hung up on the phone. It was a lead. I ran away to the warehouse district. Quickly stopped behind the car, parked it outside of one that was no longer in use. I found a metal pipe, outside, and tucked it into my jacket. I had studied martial arts in the past decade, but with my inability to put on muscle, I had to be careful. Because it always calm in a dumpster like this. Yeah, she sure does.
Yeah, well, she did say she doesn't think that she's gonna be fucking harmed.
Didn't think it would be this easy to kidnap the princess.
His Majesty didn't give in their demands. She'll just have to become another body to the war. Too bad you're born to the wrong parents.
Princess Ekaterina, you should help us. For your own sake. Alright, we gagged you. Who would have thought you'd bite?
Alright, we've gagged you. Alright, we've gagged you. Alright, we've gagged you. That's the most fucking nonchalant way ever. It's so funny. Alright, we gagged you.
Who would have
Alright!
thought you'd bite? Huh?
Ekaterina Alexandrova was in that room. I knew I did not wish to hear. I stuck inside, attempting to stay in the shadows. Katusha was tied to the chair, a cloth stuffed in her mouth. There were only 3 other people inside, but much to my chagrin, 2 held firearms. Katrina's eyes widened as she spotted me. Raising the pipe, I smacked it down on the head of the kidnapper closest to her. Whoa, that's aggressive. That's like a rock. Whether his head caved in or not was none of my concern. All I confirmed was that he fell to the ground unconscious and dropped the gun in his hand.
Intruder!
Intruder! Oh, shit.
One of us will be someone. Fuck, a gun.
The bullet went through my skull. Doesn't matter. I felt my legs go weak, but I focused it on keeping my balance. The bullet pushed itself out of the wound as my head knitted back together.
Oh yeah, this isn't the first time she's just withstanded gunshots. She is immortal, like
yeah, it's like the
effectively
3rd
very
time,
immortal.
at least.
Yeah. Like, Lena's in chat, like, what the fuck?
No, the one was something else, I think. Because I think,
Oh, okay.
Actually, that's what's now, actually. Never mind, yeah. That's normal. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
This is true.
A monster! Eat lead! Idiot, grab the other gun!
In his panic, he missed me, time and time again. The bullets bounced off the ground, But it would be a problem if Katusha was hit by a stray bullet.
The burning hurts the worst.
Yeah, I guess. The bullet is hot as fuck.
Because you know there's gunpowder. It's a firearm.
Yes, indeed.
He was right. I grabbed the gun myself and quickly shot the unarmed kidnapper before pointing it at the one with the gun. Dropped the gun.
You drop the gun.
I laughed. If you move wrong, I'll shoot.
Who are you even?
That is not of concern to you.
You know who this woman is, don't you? She's just another leech, born from the loins of that useless man sitting on the throne. She doesn't matter to you. She doesn't matter.
Missing a comma where? What are you talking about? Comma? Comma. What comma? Confusion. Huh? Nande.
I don't.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
We had a righteous cause, and you killed my brothers.
Were you going to kill her?
Huh?
Were you going to kill the princess? Ah.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
There's a lot of dialogue they had to write. There's gonna be typos.
Yeah. Were you going to kill the princess?
What does that matter to you? Fine, yes, we were. No matter what the Emperor did, we were going to kill this woman.
Okay. Thank you. Remember to close your eyes this time, my little Katusha. He crumpled it to the ground. With all the threats dealt with, I put away the gun. I walked over to Katusha and tied her, moving the gag from her mouth. Hi!
Oh yeah.
There it is. There it is! She threw herself into my arms and sobbed.
Why is it sad?
I hugged her, tightly wrapping my arms around her, and gently petted her hair. Because you're part of the Imperial family. The bullet in her head, it pushed itself out as her body
Yeah.
knit itself back together.
That's what it said. It was the bullet was pushed back
Mm.
out.
It fell out. It popped off
Yeah.
as her brain and skull repaired itself. You know, normal people things.
Did Alexander need to die because he was part of the Imperial family?
Yes. Your brother, Alexander, is dead.
It was only months after you were gone. An explosion, a bombing. Father is always so anxious. He gets angry and sad and never looks happy. Mother cannot sleep, cannot eat. She's withering away because little Sergei is so ill. They say he has a blood disease. Is that also because
I'm sorry.
I wish I could go back to when I was a child again? Back when you were still with us.
She shook a bit, and her shoulders shook.
Can't we go back to that time?
Fucking hell.
Bleh. Hey, you'll have to pardon us for a moment. We got a phone call going on. I don't know if the chat can still hear me at this moment, but if they can, hello everybody. Hope you're all having a good night. This is Mimi here. I'm behind the giant bottle here. So, if I'm audible, how's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, no, I get that. Sleepy's, yeah, it's reasonable. Monday starts tomorrow. It's a new week, new little adventures. We had a pretty eventful weekend ourselves.
Sorry, I'm back.
Pretty busy. Hey, welcome back. Sorry, I was just keeping chat entertained.
Why is my earbuds sound weird? Oh, it's not fucking fixed properly, that's why. There you go. My headboard,
Gosh.
like, fuck. Right, I'm back, sorry, the phone rang. I had to deal with that. I'm
No,
back.
you're good. I was talking to chat in the meantime.
Ugh. Yeah. Let's see. Work. Bye, Olivia. Good luck at work. Of course, he about Tara Morgan, Lena. Of course, he about fucking Tara Morgan from Heart of the Woods. And
Lesbian activities.
yeah, lesbian activities. Anyways. Why did you hide who you are from me? In truth, I should have known.
Because you didn't want to recognize me.
That was true. So true that I had even rejected thinking of it. I had not realized it, that she had noticed it.
Well, yeah, do you not love me anymore?
Oh no.
Do you not love your Katusha anymore?
Oh no. Oh no. Pat, 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 pat.
No.
How could I not care for her?
Pardon me, sorry.
Good.
Yeah, throat gets a little dry sometimes.
Do you have water?
Nope, that is way too far and we haven't taken a break on stream yet.
You could have gotten water before stream.
I did, and I am out.
Do you want to go run get? Do you want to get water real quick right now?
Yeah, can you give me like 2 minutes to
Go
grab
do
water?
that, Jesus, girl.
Okay, sorry,
You could have
sorry.
asked for us to go get water. Jesus. Anyways, while she does that, I'm gonna hydrate as well. Yeah, this game, it's quite a lot. There were warnings, to be fair. We did come in with those warnings, but welcome. That was Jesus. A fucking Shinoki once again writing some really tragic shit, and I'm a fan. Real good. Shinoki knows what the fuck they up to. They recently, I think, also wrote a Omegaverse Yuri, Omegaverse zombie Yuri game, visual novel, which is interesting. I was debating on playing that with Mimi today, but I wasn't sure how much reading she would have to do with the other character, as the other character is a zombie and cannot speak. The part of the end is surprisingly the World War I Soviet. Yeah, that's the most. I guess that's kind of the most confusing part. I'm glad the confusion about the girl's age was addressed eventually, later along the line. Megaverse Theory is the most mixed genre. Yeah, but like, I bet it's good. I bet it's a good read. I've not read it yet. It's on my to read. I have a giant to read list. It's on my list to get to eventually. But yeah, Shinoki makes some real good Yuri. I've read it good. I think I've read 3 other ones by them. Who Has Red Queen, which is published by Student Outlaws Bell House. Student Outlaws publishing division Bell House. I've read like this is the Apostrophe, and I've read The Final Prize of Soup. I believe those are the ones I've read by Shinoki. Shinoki also did some work on Lock and Key as the what was their part in this? I don't know, but they did something. They didn't work on Lucky. I assume maybe on the coding. Oh yeah, probably the coding because it has the same has the same system. I assume that was they're doing as well.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, Who Killed the Red Queen? That one, you know, the one where he plays Alice. That one. They did work on that. They did the writing on that one. Yeah.
Sorry about the not grabbing water and just not saying anything. I just got nervous
Just
to be
tell
like,
me
hey, maybe we should.
If you want a break, just let me know. I'm scared. Well, the fuck?
I don't know. That's contrary to what you told me last night. Sorry.
What the fuck are you
the
on
the don't
about?
be scared part.
Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Be more afraid.
I was trying to flirt. Sorry.
And of course you are.
Uh,
It's time for Doomed Yuri. You've had Pat.
yes.
How could I not care for her? Was it not clear that I cared for her, dearly? How much, so much that I would come here for her?
Why can't you come back to us?
I won't see your father again, my dear Katusha. Her father condoned my death in simple actions. He conveyed to me what I was. Wounds from over a decade ago reopened, raw as they were then. There was nothing I could do about it. Things changed in 15 years, and none of us could go back to the past. I could only hold her as she cried. After a long while, secret guards of the imperial household made their appearance. Far too late had I not been able to protect her. I passed her to them so that she would be returned to the palace. I did not follow. The next week passed quietly. They never questioned the fact there was blood on my face. I heard from neither Nico nor Katusha for days until I received a letter from Nico saying that she was temporarily going into hiding. One early evening, before I had begun preparing for dinner, I heard a knock at my door. I opened the door and found one of the only two visitors I could have expected. Still, I frowned, glancing her up and down to confirm that she was safe. What are you doing here?
I snuck out to see you.
She stepped into my apartment, closing the door behind her.
Don't send me back to the palace.
Nico was in hiding. 2K for the world to handle. I agree. Also, probably the revolutionary ideology
Yeah,
that
probably
she
the fact
houses.
she's like considered treasonous, a terrorist, and all
Yeah.
that.
You know, the first time she might have been be convicted of treason soon to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also did realize you probably aren't used to 4 hours minimum reading, so that would explain. I have
Well,
read
I just have
for
like my voice gets dry really quickly.
that too.
Like no matter what I do.
That's fair. I have read for 9 hours in a row. Or one
The
sitting
humidity is so
before.
bad down here that I just can't. Like it dries my
Mm.
throat out.
That's fair as well. But yeah, I have once sat down and streamed a visual novel for 9 hours. So I'm quite familiar with reading visual novels for a long period of time in general, and making voices. Lol.
Yeah.
I've also streamed for like a whole day, basically, multiple times before.
Like I'm good for speaking for long periods of
Yeah.
time, and I'm good for reading like long periods of time. I just, again, the humidity here is so bad that while doing it, I need to keep myself moist, or especially right now because it's raining out. It is currently 90 degrees where I am, which translates to about near 30, I think. With a humidity of 77%, with a high today of 87%.
Yeah, if you ever
Out of
do
a possible 100.
want a break to get water, just let me know.
Yeah, it just gets
Maybe
really
dry.
like because when it's really humid, your throat gets
Mm,
really dry for whatever reason, and it just becomes very like difficult.
Yeah, that's fair. Give me a second here. That's the end of that stream and that video. And there's 90 minutes left of this rest of this video. Okay.
Jesus.
I think they only get one ending in this video. Yeah, it's just the one ending in this. Actually, it's actually kind of half an hour left of their reading of the game, which might be a whole hour left. Now another hour, which I can go for.
Yeah.
It's just I just have less time to do the rest of my night things, which is shower and dinner, which is fine.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's nothing. Great job. Contemplating the hassle, I let out a sigh and shook my head.
When you were shot saving me, did that hurt? Does it hurt to die?
Does she know? It hurt. She grasped at my sleeve.
I wish I could take away your pain.
The pain has passed it already. It's alright. She shook her head.
I'm sorry.
What for?
You were hurt for my sake. That I tried to make you come back even though you didn't want to.
I silently petted her head, reaching my arm upward.
Oh my god, yeah, she's taller than her now.
Oh,
She had mentioned
yeah.
that she would be.
Oh,
In the
yeah.
first act, she's like, oh,
Right.
she won't be this short for long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Do you intend to stay at the night?
Is that alright?
I won't chase you away, but I assume you haven't eaten yet if dinner time is still the same. The way her expression brightened, warmed my heart. She had brought nothing but herself and the clothes on her back, but she quickly settled in.
I'll make dinner for us, Ilya.
Can you cook? Declaring so confidently, she made her way to the kitchen. Does the princess know how to cook?
Can she make a grilled cheese?
I highly doubt a princess knows how to cook. I could be wrong though. Who knows? Guys, this is going to be our first intimate moment, maybe? Hold up. Let her cook. I regret this choice, but we'll see. I followed, curious as to what the little princess would do. Perhaps the way she cut an onion was a sign of things to come. The kitchen soon became like a crime scene in multiple ways, ending filled with smoke as if someone was trying to burn evidence. Luckily, the fire was easily contained and put out, as I expected to happen.
Yeah, don't let her cook.
I ended up baking some potatoes for our dinner. Nothing was permanently damaged in the kitchen. That's alright. Why do you dislike potatoes? She began to shake her head, only to pause.
Oh yeah, do you eat potatoes like this every day?
Well, for some terror, definitely. No, but it seemed like the fastest thing after cleaning up the kitchen. You took so fucking long. I'll teach you how to cook something simple next time. She nodded, slowly, eating her dinner of potatoes. The two of us idled about after eating, taking separate baths after. Wow, coward.
Aw, separate
By the
baths,
time
damn.
bedtime arrived, I remembered that I only had one bed in the apartment. As I contemplated, sleeping on the couch, she asked if we could sleep together. She very rarely snuck into my bed as a child, but considering the size of the bed and the discomfort of the couch, I agreed. No, you didn't shower separately. Please go to the shower
Sorry.
together. I mean, what? And there was one bed. We went to bed, but were unable to fall asleep even in the darkness. In the end, sitting up on the edge of the bed, the two of us began to chat.
Why did you stay with the Imperial family for so long?
Because someone asked me to.
A long time ago, you told me that someone named Vasa asked you to look after Muscovy. Did she also ask you to look after the Imperial family? After us?
In slightly different words. Yes. I pledged myself to her cause and dream. Your forebear, Rurik, was her heir, and I promised her that I would look after him and his for the sake of his land, her dream. All of it was a promise to Vasa. Was that it? Was that why Katusha now sat here? Did you ever figure out who Vasa was?
Was she Vasilisa the Great?
She was.
Can't even be jealous. Not of her. She was important to you. So important that you followed a promise to her for such a long time, even when you no longer had to. Even when it did not require you to. Did you ever like us?
Of course I did.
But you liked her the most. There hasn't been anyone like her, right? I wish that I was like her. If I were also a strong warrior princess, then...
I remember when you were younger. It was winter before the rivers froze over. You saw a kitten in the water. Without waiting for any adults, you jump it in. I don't think you understood how worried everyone was for you. That water was cold enough to kill if you stayed in it for too long, and it was far from clean. For you, that didn't matter. The only thing on your mind was the kitten. In the end, I had to scoop both of you and that little creature out of the river. But to survive it, certainly. Your mother disliked cats, so it was sent to a cousin, but without you, it would have died. You've always been strong and brave.
Am I still the same now?
Mm-hmm.
You still treat me like a child.
Are you not?
Not anymore, Olga.
Towards me, you are.
Thinking about it, I realized that she was in her mid-20s now. There were women her age with children, who were walking, talking, and beginning schooling. Yet she was still my little princess. She let out a yawn. Sleepy?
But I want to talk more.
What do you mean, what for? What do you mean, what? What's wrong, Lena?
No, she's like an adult now.
No, it's been 20 years. Remember we had this whole debate about this and this? About the 20-year difference?
It's been at least 17 years since she was in that first picture in 1904.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say at minimum age she's like, even if she was like 4 in that picture, even if she was just barely old enough to walk, she would currently be 22.
Mm-hmm.
Likely she was around 6 to 8 in that picture, let's say. Let's say she was 7, okay?
Mhm.
Kind of the middle ground. It has been 17 years. She would be 24.
I think that's just a royal attire.
No, that's just like royal,
Formal wear, probably.
like average royal formal wear, yeah.
Yeah. There's always tomorrow.
Hmm.
I patted the bed, coaxing her to return under the covers. As we settled in sleep for real, she rolled to face me and murmured,
Father isn't in Kittis right now, but he's coming back tomorrow.
I see.
Good night, Olga.
Good night. closed my eyes. A slumber overtook my consciousness. I remembered how pleasant it was to sleep with someone warm beside me. I woke up the next morning, hearing loud noises outside. Checking the time, I found that we slept in past my normal waking time. I gently shook Katusha awake before walking up to the window and peeking outside. Something seemed strange on the street this morning.
Uh-oh. Hmm?
Something's happening outside. Today was no holiday. No parade should have been scheduled. Katusha nodded groggily, dragging herself out of bed. The two of us went through a morning routine, brushing teeth, cleaning up, making out, making up, making and eating breakfast. However, the noises outside continued. I turned on the radio, hoping that we might learn about what was going on.
Riots have broken out in protest over war rationing. Demonstrations and clashes between protesters versus Imperial forces are all over the streets. We have received news of strikes breaking out across major cities. The Emperor's train has been stalled and prevented from approaching the capital. Control of the railway has now left Imperial hands.
That doesn't sound good at all.
No.
Listening some more, I felt that I had a better understanding of the situation. Unfortunately, the state of things could not be considered good. Blood left Katusha's face. The radio was speaking of her father, after all. Then, I heard a knock on the door. Much to my relief, this morning's visitor was another friend. Nico.
Good morning, Olga. I'm glad to see that you're still at home. I figured I would drop by as I was in the area. I wanted to give you a warning to stay inside today, because it may not be very safe outside.
She glanced at the radio in my apartment.
But you already know that.
Thank you regardless. Should I ask you to stay inside as well? My apartment is big enough for the 3 people.
Or could I? No, I'm afraid I have things I must get to today.
She hummed a little jingle that I wasn't familiar with.
Neither were we.
Oh, that's probably the. There really is a lot going on this morning, isn't there?
Uh-huh. More than I would like.
Change waits for no one. I have to go, but I hope things turn out not too dissatisfactory for you.
There's a princess in the corner of the room.
With that, Nico left. Katusha was still in the living room, now sitting on the couch, listening to the radio anxiously, her hands balled to her side, trembling.
Do you think Father will be alright?
He should have his guards. And don't be rash with anything. We stayed inside and listened to the radio, following for any updates on the situation. However, the news she hoped for never came. On the first night, Parliament declared control of the government, claiming to be a provincial government. On the second night, movement in the city was prohibited. No trains could enter, meaning no loyal imperial troops could serve as backup. On the third night, the emperor abdicated. Once the situation was on the streets, cool it down, Nico invited me to a political assembly, suggesting I pretend to be a member of her party. Leaving for the assembly, I asked Katusha to stay inside for her safety, as sentiments towards the imperial family were at an all-time low. We arrived at the the preliminary meeting hall.
Parliamentary.
Parliamentary fucking hell. Words sure are weird.
Yeah, that's a
meeting
huge
hall,
word.
where the provincial government decided to hold this assembly. Already, some of its choices had proven to be unpopular, leading to them losing ground against Nico's majority party. They launched it into a number of discussions. Who would take charge of the government once it was no longer provincial? What would be a new constitution contain? What would a new constitution contain? What would happen with the war? Then the topic turned to what to do with the imperial family.
With a new constitution, we can hold the imperial family to a strong set of checks and balances. Parliament will guide them toward the right path.
We're past
We're
the,
past the... Oh, sorry.
we're past the age of monarchies. The story ought to become a dramatic republic. Let the people vote for their new leaders.
The princess is still missing. We should focus on finding her first.
The youngest son, Sergei?
Sergei.
Sergei. Youngest son Sergei Alexandrovich is almost an adult. He would not need a long regency. And there are many imperial relatives within the nobility who could guide him.
The youngest is ill with a hereditary blood illness. He cannot inherit the throne lest he ups and dies from mere paper cut. No, this is a sign from the world to abolish the monarchy.
Discussions continued for a while longer. I was familiar with Nico's stances, but found her boldness fascinating as she proclaimed her views to the assembly. I could not, however, agree with them all. When the assembly was dismissed for the day, Nico and I went out to the hall to speak. The hall looks a lot like the White Palace.
The princess is still missing. Princess Ekaterina Alexandrovna Yurikovich. Do you know anything about where she might be?
Sweating profusely.
Yeah.
No! She said, lying through her teeth.
Yeah.
No, I'm making a joke about the fucking asset, don't worry about it. I'm using assets about the background, don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's a joke. I'm afraid I don't...
If you say so, Olga.
I could not read her expression. Katusha was the only member of the imperial family who was free from the grasps of the provincial government. The rest of the imperial family was under the house arrest, somewhere in Kitich, where I did not know. I felt that they would eventually be moved somewhere entirely out of reach. Will you let me meet with the imperial family?
Why?
Reasons? I just want to see what they've become. I wanted to confirm their status, their safety. If she cannot let me meet them, then that would be a shame. If she would not let me meet them, then they might have already died. She let out a hum, as if thinking. I nodded.
Alright.
Yay. She then brought me to where they were held. In the corner of the room, the former empress cradled a teen boy in her arms. I recognized the former empress, Maria, aged as she had. Thus, although I had not seen the boy since his days as a babe, I conjectured that he must have been 30. The former emperor looked old beyond his age, deep wrinkles on his face, and his white mixed into his hair. My heart ached with longing, hatred, and disappointment.
Should I probably do the Emperor now at this point, since
Hmm,
gives me a role to speak for these scenes?
if you want to.
Yeah.
I did not think that I would truly see them again. The former emperor's eyes widened upon seeing me, as if he thought that he would never see me again. I accomplished what I had come here for and had nothing to discuss with them.
Jesus. Done?
Yes, I paused. Only one thing. I looked at Sasha. Katusha is safe. I spoke to him in a secret code that he made up together with me, back when he was a child. Whether or not he remembered it was none of my business. As I turned it, I heard the muffled sob of an aged man. I left. Hey, you don't have to voice the Emperor!
Jesus!
guess what? You know, the worst Amber's fucking gone.
Damn. I mean, he did condone her death, like her
Yeah,
violent, brutal,
know.
like torturous death where she was hacked to bits and thrown in a river.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, I'd probably be a little pissed too if I were her, but
The thing is, I had a feeling he would not speak at all, due to the fact there was a black background that's that scene and nothing else. I was like,
damn.
yeah, you can voice the Emperor. We're not gonna see him talk at all. He's gonna be fucking
Yeah,
dead.
no, he's
next
just
time we
done
see him.
for, I guess. Damn.
I was waiting for that. Yes, anytime, any moment now, he will not show up on screen. He will be fucking gone. But yeah, that's understandable for Olga to, you know, not want to actually have a discussion with them.
Sorry, I like the idea that instead of Katusha is safe, she just fucking like, oh god, I slept with your daughter. Goodbye.
I slept with your daughter.
I'm sleeping with Katusha.
I
Fuck you.
literally slept with her
Bye.
in bed last night. That wasn't last night. It was a few nights ago, but still.
Oh god. Yeah. I assume if she's been staying at her house every night since
Yeah,
then,
it's been
they've
at least several
multiple nights of them sleeping
nights.
together.
They said at least 4. It's just very funny. I returned
Oy.
home to Katusha
My
before the
knuckles.
sunset, wondering if she had been lonely, stuck at home alone.
Welcome home.
I'm back. I brought you some Sarniki,
Siraniki. Yeah, the
Siraniki
stuff
again.
from that one dessert.
the
Yeah.
pancake.
Why?
I have bad news. Because it's your favorite. She flirted it with her fingers, a pink appearing on her cheeks. Katusha, girly, maybe this time it's time for you to change outfits. Look at your
I'll
new
make your
clothes.
favorite food next time.
You can't cook for shit, Katusha.
Please stay out of my kitchen, actually.
After you learn to cook,
Sorry. Oh god. I'll surprise you with my masterful cooking one day. First, some research. Oh yeah? What do you like to eat? Sorry. That got me. Son. Oh fuck.
anything is fine. It was not necessary for me to eat. I don't eat.
Oh. Then I just have to find out.
Cannibalism tag. I made a non-committal hum. Then I went to the kitchen, retrieved a plate, and presented the dessert to Katusha. Perhaps this would have waited. This could have waited until after dinner time, but she did not complain. Some sweetness would do her well. Yes, eating her. In more ways than one.
Oh my.
We push it back and forth about splitting the dessert, but I insisted she had it. I waited until she began eating before I spoke about the bad news of her father being imprisoned. The smile on her face as she ate tickled my heart. I saw your father, mother, and little brother today. They're safe?
Thank God. Thank you, Hoya.
She fell silent, at a loss for words, knowing not what to ask. Without opening her mouth, she prodded the plate with her fork a couple of times. Just gonna wait until after finishing your food?
Can't leave the apartment because it's unsafe, right?
I nodded.
Can you save them?
I shook my head. I did not have an answer for her. The day continued. The actions of the shaky provincial government fomented unrest in the streets. I could see the movement of power from it to its rival Nico's faction. New asset. I was able to meet with Nico now and then. She grew busier and busier.
Will you lend your support and give legitimacy to us?
I shook my head at the request. I had no intention of standing behind anyone.
I can respect that.
I knew that she would continue onward without me. I understood that she wanted me at her side, but I could not commit to her cause, because I have a girlfriend who's a princess in hiding, would it law. When I returned at home, Katusha passed it me with an open-ended letter. She must have left the apartment without informing me.
For fuck's sake.
I wordlessly opened the letter and found that it was from her cousin, Wilhelm, the now King of Oster. He offered her asylum and claimed that he would help provide transportation out of Mostrovi for her and anyone she would like to bring. I did not understand his goals, but he was right on one thing. Who would have said it with Nico? You gotta choose her way instead of. I assume that was the branching
Yeah, very
path
likely.
proper.
And so we're now with Katusha and like the whole hiding the princess scenario
Mhm.
instead of the forming a new government with Nico
Yeah.
area.
Mm-hmm. It may be time for you to leave Methri for your safety.
I can't. I won't. It wouldn't be good for a member of the imperial family to flee to a nation that Muscovy is still at war with.
Wait, you're warm with your cousin? I did not click that for some reason. I forgot about that point.
If
Huh,
not,
yeah.
then nothing. If there's nowhere out, if not there, then elsewhere, somewhere that will take you in, even if your family cannot be extracted. Not everyone has the best intentions, and there may be those who see you as an obstacle to remove it permanently.
Would you come with me, Olga? I understand. If there's truly no way out, then I'll have no choice. But not now.
I nodded. The choices seemed to be for her to leave my grasp or for her to be safe. Life was filled with the choices that left one dissatisfied. Katusha cooked dinner that night, although the onions were a little over-seasoned. It was delicious nonetheless. My heart ached with the cuts on her fingers. Would I pass her my ability to heal if I could?
Eat my liver.
I've been speaking with some people about rescuing my family so that we can still be here. The nobility have been losing power in the provisional government, but they think that by restoring Father, stability will come back to the nation.
Is that titled fart? I don't think so.
I don't know if that's the case, but I know that they're intent to extracting him. I'm afraid that the provisional government will do something to them. To Mother, Father, Sergei.
She looked toward me, asking me to approve or reject her actions. Concern welled up within me that she was running around doing these sorts of things, but I also felt some pride. I don't trust the nobility, but I can see that they would prefer your father back. If what you're saying is true, then you can at least work with them towards that goal. Katusha nodded. However, don't let them manipulate you. Be careful.
Don't let them know where I'm staying. Only that I'm somewhere safe. In truth, they also suggested that I go into exile. That way they can bring me and a theoretical son back to restore the throne, but I couldn't accept that. The future sure is hard to predict. It's so nebulous now that I think about it. It's not as if it's not as if I had never thought about it before, but I mentioned that I wanted to go abroad. But now I don't want to go abroad. I wanted a vacation, not to lose my home.
If you were to go one day, what would you like to see?
Exotic animals, beautiful landscapes, historical architecture, delicious food, snacks and desserts. But I also want those things here. I want to tell you something important. Will you listen?
I nodded. She took a deep breath and walked to the window, drawing open its curtains before beginning to talk. Wow, that's a very vulnerable position you're standing in.
It's difficult to see the stars clearly in the city. Not with the smog. Not with the light. A handful of years ago, sometime before the war began, my family vacationed at one of our lakeside villas further north. During the day, the lake was a clear blue. At night, it became a mirror. And the stars in the sky reflected off of the water's surface, together with the shining lights of an aurora that appeared that night. Could there be anything more beautiful in the world than that? The only thing missing at that moment was you. So it wasn't so beautiful anymore. I love you, Olga. I love you as a woman would her lover. I want you to be with me forever. I want to be with you forever. Even if my forever might be shorter, I love you.
My heart seemed to skip a beat. That was wrong. I was sure that she was wrong in saying those things. As she met my eyes, a pained expression flickered across hers. She understood what I was going to say before I said it. I can't accept your confession.
You still see me as a child.
She let out a shaky breath.
But it's okay. As long as you're here with me.
I'll stay here with you. That was all I could say. The days passed it. Then, through the radio, I learned that Nico's goals had succeeded. Perhaps she saw it as no more than the start of her revolution.
All power to the worker councils.
The provincial government had lost its power, and the state now belonged to Nico's faction. The former would fight, the latter was already enthroned. A week after, I bought a newspaper with headlines discussing the end of the war, contemplating that Nico was incredibly efficient. I turned the page. The assassination of the imperial family was an article lesser to the war. They were dead. Yes, they were all dead. The article claimed that the imperial family had been moved to a remote safe house for the purposes of their safety. It claimed the information had been leaked by traitors in the imperial family. Father, mother, son had been shot. Nothing was said about the missing daughter. It claimed that the perpetrators of the so-called crime had been punished. But I wondered if they were truly the only perpetrators. I wondered who killed the imperial family. I wondered if Nico had a hand in it. There was nothing I could do for the dead. When I returned at home, Katusha learned of their deaths and collapsed in my arms. as I held her. Helplessness overwhelmed me.
I contacted Wilhelm. I leave for Oster in a week. They're left here. I'm scared. I don't want to leave, but I must. I want to come back here because I love this place. But it doesn't love me. What used to be my normal everyday has now become my dream. I'll make them come true from these fragments in my heart. One day. Somehow. Will you come with me, Olga?
Her voice was so soft, and I barely could hear her. It was so soft I could pretend that I did not hear her. Yet how could I do such a thing? To leave this place, not just for a short diplomatic trip, but in exile, chilled me. I did not want to leave the land that Vasa built, the land that had been my home since birth. I could not bear even more to leave Katusha. I will. Her eyes widened.
I suppose we need to pack. I don't have much to pack. I didn't bring anything from the palace here because I hadn't thought it would be here so long.
Anything that had been left in the palace likely would no longer be collected now. Her childhood mementos and family keepsake could only be considered lost.
Oh yeah. Do you have much to pack?
No, I always travel light.
We match then.
Feeling as if little held her down to this world, I grabbed at her hand. I think she's wearing those same sort of clothes this whole time and nothing else.
I think she's just been wearing the same ones and washing them when Olga's not there.
Yeah, probably. What do you intend to do in Oster?
I don't know. It's hard to think about it now. You'll be by my side?
I promise that I will go with you to Oster.
But you won't stay with me forever.
I thought about the word forever. Nothing lasted forever, much less the young woman before me. Forever? Katusha, your forever is different from my forever. If you were to die right now, then you would have had me for your forever. You, as you are right now, are ephemeral.
I don't intend to die, Olga.
People rarely intend to.
Do you wish for my death?
Not at all.
That's good, because I'd like to live a very long time. I know that I'm weak. I'll die easily. To you, I must be incredibly short-lived. Even if I were to live to what I think is old age, it would be too short. It's kind of annoying in many ways. Short-lived things are very wonderful too. They build empires, create great works of art, and so many more things. As long as that short-lived thing can change even one thing, touch even one life, that becomes its own form of forever. Have I been able to leave my mark on your life the way you left your mark on mine?
There was a ghost behind me.
You must understand that she's correct, Olga. I have never regretted what I was able to accomplish in my short life. Even if I wanted more, look at you. Still the same as you always were.
I heard the voice of the ghost, and through it came Katusha's voice.
The little kitten that I saved from the water is dead now, because cats simply don't live that long. But I'm sure it must have lived a happy life too. And its owner must have loved it so terribly much. Do you think the person who loved the kitten regretted loving the kitten?
She sighed and shook her head.
I've lost my train of thought. I don't want to just be a kitten. Can I become someone who's also forever to you?
When did you grow up, Katusha?
I haven't been a child for a long time.
She took a few steps back.
We should pack. And then I'll think about things to do when we're in Oster. I can't ask Wilhelm to help me take Muscovy back, can I? After all, the people who would suffer would be the people of Muscovy.
You're not willing to sacrifice some for your cause?
You were the one who said to love them, Olga.
I must have. She started gathering things.
I do wish that I had something of mother, father, and my brothers. Even just a photo. Do you think I could still get my hands on some newspaper clippings?
I can help you find some old papers. I remember when they were married. They had a grand wedding. It was in all the papers. Maybe there are some copies in those somewhere still.
Were they beautiful?
And they were. The two of us packed away everything we thought to bring to Oster. We had so little that it all fit within one suitcase. We stood and looked at that single suitcase. And there was one suitcase.
You all lesbians. oh my
She turned
gosh.
to me and grasped my sleeve,
Oh yeah.
whispering my name. She stepped closer. She leaned in and kissed me. Her lips brushed against mine, soft, warm, sweet. Clumsily, as she had never done this before, desperately, as if seeking warmth, she kissed me on the lips. A tear rolled down her cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, I kissed it back. The sensation of our lips touching was not at all unpleasant, only unexpected. Something stirred in my heart, but I could not put a word to that emotion, so I focused on her. In all of my life, this was the first time I had chosen to kiss someone on the lips myself. She was soft. She was warm. She was at this moment so very, very alive. I closed my eyes. The plan for our escape from Muscovy was simple. We boarded a train in Ketis, which would bring us just past the border of the Empire. At that point, we would transfer onto another train that would take us to Oster. Wilhelm had provided us with a rather extravagant ticket, a private cart in this train. The privacy was appreciated, but it was hardly low-key. It was hard to say whether it was safer to be away from others or to be in the sole targets of a train car. Regardless, here we were in our limited belongings. The Continental King promised to care for Katusha, and I had my doubts about his intentions to provide for a mere female cousin. My only consolation was my ability to access a good fraction of my assets, even in the continent. For once, I praised that little country's banks. I glanced out the window, scenery rushing by as the train rolled along the tracks. I expected that I would not see the scenery again in a long while. I would leave this place in a near permanent way. Am I breaking my promise? I look towards Katusha, my dear, adorable Katusha, who is preoccupied with the scenery. Did I love her in the way she loved me? Katusha?
What is it, Olga?
Say there was a runaway trolley bringing down some track and split into two. On one side of the track is tied a single person. On the other, 5 people. Without intervention, the trolley would somehow run both sides over.
Huh?
And you just so happened to be standing on a lever and could divert the trolley such that it only runs over one of the 2 sides, but never none. What would you do?
Oh, sorry. Brain turned off for a second.
Fine.
I can only choose the side with one person. If I'm fast enough, perhaps I could even cut that person free. What would you choose?
I would choose the one as well.
And if that one on the tracks were me?
Would it upset you if I chose the many? Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of the train braking. I glanced at the time outside. No, but you weren't meant to stop yet. You weren't supposed to be stopping at the station, not on this express train. Disregarding my thoughts, the train stopped regardless.
Oh,
waited.
shit.
I hoped that this was no more than a maintenance check from the train, even if the train had barely traveled from its starting point. Then, I heard footsteps approaching the train car that Katusha and I sat in. The door opened.
Tut. The 2 of you are doing something very bad. Attempting to smuggle Princess Ekaterina Alexandrova out of the nation.
Hi, Nico.
God damn it.
You're so close. Armed guards stood in the hall behind Nico. What princess?
Olga, both you and I know who I'm referring to.
Nico drew a gun from her breast pocket and pointed its muzzle towards Katusha.
Your dear little friend Katusha.
I stepped between Nico and Katusha.
It's not very good of the 2 of you to leave. Really, you ought to stay in Muscovy a little while longer. Forever, even. Until the end of your life for you, little friend.
Yet she did not shoot. I wondered if she considered this train not Muscovy enough. I entertained the thought that Nico intended to spare Katusha her family's fate, but quickly doubted it.
Move out of the way, Olga.
I shook my head.
It is not always better to live and be whole. There are many ways for life to be worse than death. You are immortal, but you could not escape even metal chains. I wonder if I could drive you mad somehow.
You're into that.
But I like talking with you, Olga. So you should move.
A shudder ran down my spine, but I did not move. I'm afraid I have to refuse Nico.
Why is that?
I cannot let you kill her.
You cannot. Such a betrayal of the people I see before me. I wonder if the princess intends to bring the wrath of the continent down upon those who were once her people. I wouldn't. I have no intention of doing so. But you see, it isn't so simple. There will always be people who wish for your blood to rule. And there will be so many pretenders that I can't seem to muster the energy to deal with. Your entire line is sinned. So the best you could do is atone for it in Muscovy.
Nico cocked her head to the side.
Do you love her, Olga?
Do we love her?
I'd say so. I mean, like, you guys, like, made out and shit. I'd imagine you do.
I love her. I placed my hand over my mouth, confused. There were many things that I loved about Katusha. I liked her pretty face, her sweet voice, her soft lips. However, even if she no longer had those things, I would love her. She was kind and brave, earnest and honest. She was capricious. She was the capricious little princess who one day grew up and decided that she wanted to be good. She was as sweet as the sweetest sweets she loved. I loved her. The love that I meant was not that meant for family, friends, or pets, but that for someone who could be my lover. I could not bear to see her hurt. Therefore, I would not move.
I see. You love her. I suppose I did ask.
Shaking her head, Nico made an inexplicable expression and slowly lowered her gun.
How can I do this to you, Olga? I'll let the two of you go.
Nico turned to leave, only to glance back for just a moment with a flash of metallic silver from her hand.
But I cannot leave a princess with a claim to the throne alive. Therefore, now I proclaim that Ekaterina Alexandrovna Yurikovich is now dead. Ta-ta.
Katusha collapsed to the ground before Nico finished speaking. I rushed to Katusha, cradling her in my arms. She was so frail, so thin. The bullet pierced right through her, covering her in red. I wanted to chase after Nico as she left. I wanted to grab her and ask her what she meant, but I could not. I tried to apply pressure to Katusha's wound, but the blood merely slickened my fingers. It was warm and wet, and so terribly red as it dripped to the ground.
You love me, Olga? Really?
I do. I love you, Katusha. Something hot blurred my vision. Tears overflowed, dripping down my cheeks. I had not cried for so long that I had thought my tear ducts dried out, but now I could not stop. She wiped away my tears with her shaky hands.
Don't cry, Olga. Your pretty eyes will get all puffy and red, and it'll sting afterward.
I love you, Katusha, in the way that I would like to spend forever with you. What I would give to pass my immortality, yet I could do nothing for her. All I had in my mouth were wishes.
I also wish to spend forever with you. I love you, Olga, more than anything in the world. That's why, even though it hurts so much, I'm still happy.
Her face grew paler and paler as she spoke.
I had so much I still wanted to do.
Oh no!
I finally thought of what to do in Oster.
Chunky! Oh no!
Oh god. Oh yeah, now welcome to Doomed Yuri, sorry.
Welcome to Doomed Yuri. Hope you feel better. The Doom Yuri will cheer you up, right?
Yeah.
Really?
We'll hang out with you after stream, Junkie. Or I will. I think you have to shower
I
still,
have
don't you?
I'll have after. I'll hang after shower. Needs.
Yeah. But I'll check in with you after shower, Junkie.
You read this one right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm scared. Will I die like this?
No, you can't. Yo, Mickey D's! Mickey D's, Pog.
They have a really good breakfast menu. I like their pancakes.
But it's 6 p.m. There is no breakfast. My words could not heal her wounds. Yeah. I'll definitely join after my shower, with y'all and such, but yeah. My words could not heal her wounds.
You'll be sad if I die.
I would never be able to stop crying.
I don't want that. And I have to promise you that I won't yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, I'll be with you forever.
My hand shook.
Kiss me.
I did as she asked, and kissed her soft lips. If only I could breathe my life into her, I thought to myself. As her lips parted, she touched my face gently, weakly, staring into my eyes as if to ascertain that I was still here beside her.
Will you promise me to?
Anything.
That you'll always be by my side. Until the end. Oh yeah. Please.
I promise. I promise that I'll stay by your side forever. I'll make your dreams come true, Katusha. Her eyes glistened with tears.
I love you, Olga.
It was a very short amount of time, but I decided that I would hold her and be by her side until forever ended. When I love it, my beloved Katusha. The train began to move once more.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. That was agonizing.
That was painful. What the fuck, Shinoki?
Wow, that one
What the
fucking
fuck?
hurt.
That one hurt like hell.
Ah.
Fucking hell.
Oh no,
Look at the
Lena!
credits
It's
go by.
insinuated that she died. That
Yeah.
was insinuated that she was done.
Yeah, I'm
for.
pretty sure she fucking died.
Well, that's tough. No, it was really good. It was really
Yeah,
well
it was
written.
really good. It was good. It was
Just
dark.
painful.
Mhm.
Fuck. Well,
Spring arrived on the continent.
holy shit, she did survive.
What year was it? Only those who lived in this time knew the number. All those who observed it silently could only know that it was a year in the 20th century, a terribly tumultuous time. However, that was neither here nor there. It was spring. The frigid color of winter had fled, ice and snow melting away the flowers. Within the field of flowers, there was a witch and a girl sitting in a wheelchair. The ephemeral flowers that danced beneath the sun were but another moment in their forever. The girl said something that made the witch laugh, and the witch said something in return that made the girl giggle. It would be terribly gauche to interrupt them. The flowers merely smiled upon the two in silence. Why, you ask? Because you see, the two of them were in love. Katusha,
Oh,
you are my love.
well, that was one of our
That
endings.
was one of the endings. You have
Oh
notes.
my.
Yes, you got one.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, indeed.
Yep. Oh, there's Vasa.
Not Doom Jury. Well, probably would have been Doom Jury if we didn't love her.
Yeah, probably would have been doomed Yuri. There was probably a secondary option there where it was just like, oh,
Where's
she's
the
dead. That
kiss?
sucks.
Where's the kiss?
No
On the
kissing for
gallery.
you.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You're my god. You're my god. Oh my god.
I see. Nico is
Uh.
both toxic Yuri.
I think you like Nico's route.
I don't know what you mean.
Where's the kissing scene? The
No
kissing
making
scene's not
out? What the
here.
hell?
Oh, do you get that? Is the other ending maybe? Oh, interesting.
Maybe.
Ooh. Olga Doesn't Die.
Okay.
That's what's me right now. With Dev Notes. Oh. Hell yeah. I love Dev Notes.
Lordy B.
I'm gonna read the Dev Notes because I'm silly.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing Olga Doesn't Die. Wow, I love girls! I love Yuri! Hope you enjoyed the game as much as I enjoyed working on it, and I'm definitely curious who your favorite heroine is. Did you wait until you finished the entire game before clicking into the extras menu tab? No! If not, be sure to play all 4 endings in order to unlock some more more rambling. Ooh, more rambling and trivia. Okay. Good to
Can I read
know.
the next one?
Sure.
Before the project, I made a Pinterest board titled How the Hell Do I Draw Girls Kissing? With 160 reference pins. I had drawn like 2 kisses total in my life, now up to 5 or something thanks to this project. This is my first time working on a visual novel, and I had a lot of fun. Bird King.
I had a lot of fun doing the CGs. Real happy to add them to my portfolio. At last, definitely give it a reply to find out which girl you like more. The story is so worth it. Well,
Thank you for playing, and I hope you enjoyed the 9 original tracks. It was so fun working on this project. Nicely. Excellent.
thanks for playing. I love drawing these girls, and I hope you all love them too. Slappy.
I can assure you that our limited time for doing cinematography was used for only the most important scenes in the story, such as petting. Thanks, Justin.
Thanks for playing. I worked on the UI programming and learned a lot of 3 of the month by Z04.
This is a cute little project.
Yeah.
I like this. It's very charming, and
because
I'm excited to see the other endings in
Mhm.
another stream.
Yeah, it might be, you have to wait, till it's in 2 weeks, because next week I have, a collab planned with someone. So you have to
Oh,
wait 2 weeks. So
fun.
if you want to do more of this, do you want to read another ending with?
I would love to read the other
Okay.
endings with you.
Alright.
But I don't mind, I don't mind waiting a couple
Yeah.
weeks and whatnot.
Just-
Not like I'm
just-
going
yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah.
You're stuck with me. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
You guessed.
I
Damn.
guess. Yeah, that was Olga Doesn't Die. Wasn't actually. I guess I wasn't. I'm not too surprised about the kind of portrayal ending with Nico that came up there. I kind of expected that eventually would happen, something like that, because it's very obvious that something of the sort was gonna happen, right? Not too surprised by that. Let me see. I gotta move to the chatting screen to close this off. Just make sure we have
Yeah, take your
the
time.
right sources available on that screen. I don't have that one, don't I? Okay, it's not here. We'll grab that source then. Where are you? Too far down. Go up more. Copy that. Paste that there. Really tiny. Move this down the way. I have too many sources on this one scene. Jesus Christmas.
Damn.
Where's the desk? Is that the desk? No, that's the bed. That's me. Looks like mine. There we go. That. Yes, moving this around. There we go. Alright, move over to the counting screen for to close off. But yeah, really surprised as how much we're talking here. Nico, man, yeah, I guess. I wasn't expecting Nico to get like such a toxic kind of ending,
Yeah, because she was so nice at the beginning, but I
Yeah.
guess that's kind of how they get you, huh?
I guess it kind of was kind of par for the course because she is very, extremist. I'd say is probably a word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess I should have seen that coming eventually, but yeah, that was Olga Doesn't Die.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
really
yeah.
good.
Mhm.
Hope
I
everybody
was
enjoyed
wondering where the
that.
cannibalism is gonna come in, but I assume maybe the cannibalism comes in for either Nico's route, or maybe Olga feels so much guilt that she consumes her to be part of her.
Yeah, maybe. You Are My
Interesting.
Guilt, or
Mm-hmm.
I'll check out the other endings.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We could definitely start next time off by getting the other ending, because it seems like it's a pretty simple, clear point of where the
Yeah.
ending is gotten at the very end. So we could start off with that tragedy next time we play this. That'd be kind of funny. But if you enjoyed the game, it is actually free. It's a free game on Shinoki's itch page, which is on the pinned message in chat, and also is in the YouTube VOD description. If you're watching this on YouTube within next week high, it is in the description. Content warnings again are to be read. But yeah, that was fun. Thank you for joining me. We enjoyed. Did you have fun with this? We dragged
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you for
Mhm.
having me over, and yeah, it was nice to see you all chat. Hope to see you guys again soon. I'll probably be here for the next,
next time we play
Yuri
this.
Sunday, after, after the upcoming
Yeah.
collab.
That is it. I need to go and have a shower and dinner. We're gonna send to Yuri, who is playing more Lingo. She's a lovely pink-haired cat girl. She loves to win. And she's doing a puzzle game called Lingo, which is a kind of figure out like word heavy, kind of figure out how to decrypt code. Like it's not like word Lingo, obviously. It's very about words, like try to move things around, find things. It's a very interesting puzzle game. But yeah, I need to go. And next stream will be Thursday, 9 p.m. EST, for some more off. Maybe the end of off. I'm not sure. It kind of feels like we're almost reaching the end of off, but I'll have to wait and see. But thank you all for coming over. Thank you again, Mimi, for hanging out and reading the Yuri with me. And
Absolutely.
I'll see you
Thank you for
guys
having me.
next time.
Bye bye.